Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the longest chapter that we will ever be possibly reading here. Oh, God, so this is 51,000 words. Most I've done is probably around 30-something. 31,000, probably. This is not going to be fun. I am looking forward to it. Okay. Anyways, let's get some ambiance going. Not like it's gonna matter too much anyway, but you know, you might as well. I'm just gonna give it a few minutes here before we actually even start. Hello. We're shaking. Just gonna give it a few minutes, people funnel in, leave, do whatever, before we actually start here. 'Cause this is going to be one heck of a marathon. Yeah, probably. Most likely, yeah. Crud doesn't come out every single day. What's up? What's up? Alright, we'll probably start in like 3 to 2 minutes here. Hello. Yeah, time to make dinner. If you're quick enough. It be like that. It do. No, I don't read. I don't know. I don't read these ahead of time. This is my first time reading this story. This is not even a U. This is a book. Two minutes. Well, then welcome to the live. We're just gonna be reading. There's not gonna be any pictures or anything. Plus, in this case, I'm guessing you never watched another part, so you should probably watch those first before this one. Otherwise, what we talk about here may or may not make sense. But then again, I don't blame you if you didn't. Alright. Oh, dang. Groovy over here. Ooh! Woo-wee! Yeah, to be fair, this is probably going to be the equivalent of 2 parts, so I don't blame you. This is going to also be 2 parts. I believe. I don't think I have the power to read 50,000 words without wanting to die, so... aloud, in one sitting. So, this'll be a bit of experiment. We're for sure going to be making it to the halfway point in the middle here. But anything over here, I'm not sure if I'll include that. Alright, well, yeah, it is time to essentially start reading. The 5 minutes are indeed up. So, chapter 37, The Shadow of the Ministries. Come here, stable dweller. There are things you should know. Finally, at long last, I have reached this point in this story. And that's kind of what I say. At this point, I freaking reached it myself. Woo! That won't hold up. In any court, that will not hold up. And at this point, I beg your permission to take a little liberty with the telling of it. We'll see. It might be a long one. It had been a long and winding road getting to Canterlot, and I still have to tell the difficulties and discoveries that focused us here. The most vital of those discoveries was the 6 memory orbs. The final memory orbs which I found there. In those memories, the veils began to part, showing me my true place in this world, my purpose in life, and how everything was going to end. Finally, got my first glimpse of my own destiny. That it took so long is probably exasperating, and you might wonder why I didn't skip to this part sooner. In truth, I have skipped over a fair bit, trying to tell you only the parts of my adventures that were important or exciting enough to keep you reading. Okay, little Pip, I'm listening. I've told you these things, I suppose for the same reason that Princess Luna told her story to Midnight Shower. Context. Only with proper context can you see how meaningful those memories were, and how they set my hooves on the path that ended with me coming here and doing what I am about to do. For all that, there was a long and brutal journey still ahead of me. I had only seen glimpses. I had not found my virtue. I did not understand my role in this world, and I was utterly unaware of the war about to descend on us all. I did not view them until our time in Canterlot was over, and I feel it would be too much to tell of them all at once. Too much for me, at least, to try to relive them all in order like that. So with your indulgence, I will diverge from proper chronology and scatter my telling of those stories throughout the much longer story of an experience in Canterlot. God dang, little Pip, you purposely planned this to kill me, you son of a jerk! God dang it! Little Pip, you scumbag! Little Pip, you planned this, you planned to torture me with 51,000 words! You did this to me! You've done that yourself. You did this to us. That's awfully fast, Calamity commented, staring at the pink mist that was already filling the streets of Canterlot as we looked down on from high above. The steady rain had washed the pink cloud out of the air the days before, and yet the cloud was dense enough to tint the air merely half a day later. Most of the city was built from stone, carved from the very mountain Canterlot embraced. Cobblestone streets had been lined with elegant structures formed from stone and mortar or magically molded rock. Most buildings of stone still stood, although cracked and crumbling from the weight of unnatural ages. As we flew by, a 3-story tower, once an upscale inn, collapsed with a deep-throated rumble, sending up curling swirls of pink-tinted stone dust. Everything more susceptible to the entropy of the cloud had been reduced to rust and rubble, smears and stains that once signified objects, and decrepit structures, stained pink and falling apart at the seams. Oddly, some of the most preserved things were those which had once been alive. The black and twisted forms of dead trees and lined streets filled the dark, pink, rotted bones of many of which had partially sunk into discolored cobblestones. The only other place that looked eerily preserved was the cluster of buildings that had once formed the heart of Equestria, from a scattering of white stone towers to the royal castle itself. And the colored mist had settled everywhere, faint in the air below us, thicker on the streets and between the still-standing structures. It will get worse with each passing hour, Steelhooves warned us. By morning, the pink cloud will have returned to its full strength. I pressed my lips together in determination before saying, "Won't be a problem after Zebratown. I'm not going to spend any longer here than absolutely necessary." One of the things our experiences in Zebratown had made very clear was that the threat posed by the pink cloud was directly proportional to its concentration. We had spent hours in the light haze of cloud that persisted in the Zebratown police station, with only minor health problems. Nothing that couldn't be remedied by a health potion and some time in fresh air. The places where the pink pooled thickly, however, were lethal beyond even Steelhooves' description of it. We're going to land right in front of the Ministry of Image. Dash in, grab what we came for, I told my companions. 50,000 words later. Then we galloped to the Ministry of Awesome, get what we need from it, and go. With any luck, we'll be out in under an hour. We had spent the earlier parts of the day helping Glyphmark. Even now, Zenith was still down there, imparting all she could about zebra stealth techniques to the young adult zebras. At least in such a short amount of time. Now the sun was setting, dipping below the clouds to paint the world in hues of fiery orange and bloody red. We hoped to take some advantage of the impending darkness. I know. It pains me. It really does. We had spent the earlier parts of the day helping Glyphmark. Even now, Zenith was still down there imparting all she could about the stealth techniques of the young adult zebras, at least. In such a short amount of time, now the sun was setting, dipping below the clouds to paint the world in hues of fiery orange and bloody red. We hope to take some advantage of the impending darkness. And I'm just joking when I say, God dang, this chapter's so long. Obviously, it's this long. It's the way it is. I'm happy about it. It's what it is, and that's the way it is going to be. I have no problems with it. I'm just saying it because it's a burden for me, inconveniencing me. But it's still great. That still doesn't take away. It still doesn't take away how awesome this story is. I'm just having fun with my own agony and suffering from my vocal cords. Anyway, are you sure this place wasn't hit? Velvet Remedy asked, observing the level of damage that was evident throughout the city. Is all that just from age? The entropic effect of the pink cloud speeds decay, Steelhooves noted. If the city were not made largely of stone, it would have crumbled to dust long ago. Only the mystically protected places are significantly intact. I reckon a bit of damage was done by the explosion when the shield came down too, Calamity commented as he circled at safe height, drawing us over the outlying city and towards the castle itself. I thought the missiles had stopped striking after the pink cloud went off. Yup, that's how I heard it too, but that ain't the explosion I'm thinking of, Calamity explained. Remember the mega spells pumped enough of that cloud into Canterlot and make the air look solid pink? And if it weren't like the shield weren't full of air to begin with. Of course the air pressure in Canterlot would have been, well, I'm not sure how high, but it would have been pretty high. No wonder the pink cloud seeped into every surface it touched to the extreme, which it did. I expect the moment the shield went down, there was one hell of a... Well, you saw it, Steelhooves. Am I right? I didn't notice, Steelhooves said with a morose defiance. I was a little too focused on the falling wave of pink water. I reviewed what we had learned from our so-called dry run for Canterlot and Zebratown. Beyond the fact Steelhooves and I disagree on what dry means, the greatest danger we expected to face in Canterlot was the pink cloud itself, but the interior of the Zebratown police station wasn't much different than Canterlot right now. And so I was highly confident that we would be fine so long as we minimized our exposure. Likewise, While we knew that the pink cloud had the potential to fuse objects to flesh or each other, that only seemed to be a concern while within the highest concentrations, at which point such fusions were the very last of our health problems. As such, I announced that I was going and wearing my armor and pip-buck. I'm gonna put on my battle saddle the moment we touch down, Calamity responded. Something tells me he's not going to be allowed to. That is a foolish choice, Steelhooves retorted, pointing out, if you insist on taking the risk of wearing armor, your Enclave armor not only offers a much higher degree of protection, but its magical energy weapons are far more suitable for battling some of the dangers we are most likely to face. Our canterlot ghoul's words reminded me of one of the more painful lessons from Zebratown. My combat skills were almost worthless here. The two enemies we were most likely to face were canterlot zombies and alicorns. None of my weapons were worth a damn against the latter once they got up their shields, or against the former at all. In order to stop a canterlot ghoul, I not only have to take them down, but then run up and hack off their heads somehow. Unfortunately, bullets don't tend to decapitate. I still wonder what made Steelhooves a canterlot. Well, I guess, if I'm correct, I guess he was still exposed to the pink cloud crud. And obviously he was wearing power armor, but he was sort of a distance away, which I think is probably the only reason he is not a feral zombie ghoul pony, like the zebras were in the police station. Well, maybe even then. We know where he was standing during the incident. Yeah, I know that, Calamity responded stubbornly, but while I know the chances are mighty slim, I still ain't taking the risk that I might be fused into that damn thing, he spat for emphasis. Our other environmental concern was the broadcasters. Steelhooves warned us that any broadcasting system from Pitbuck broadcasters to Spritebots were likely to have become twisted into lethal traps, even those inside. Fortunately, he also assured us that we should be normally able to hear the damn things before we get into the kill zones. Both of the broadcasters I had fallen victim to before had been underwater, preventing me from hearing them, and both times I had been traveling swiftly enough that I had been thrust into their deadly area of effect before I could react. Hopefully, traveling cautiously would allow us to avoid such death traps while in Canterlot itself. Returning to his previous observations, Calamity mused. Still, that's a lot of pink cloud coming back awful fast. You sure it's just seeping back up out of the streets and such? And as opposed to what? Steelhooves queried. As opposed to, I don't know, being fed somehow? Calamity offered. Steelhooves flicked his metal-shrouded tail. You think that the mega spell might still be going? I felt the chill. I can't reckon how all the pink cloud ain't been washed away if it ain't. That was a deeply unpleasant thought. Velvet Remedy spoke up, but that would be insane. If the spell just kept going, it would eventually poison all of Equestria. The zebras couldn't have wanted that. No, not even they would have. I recalled the rumor Steelhooves had mentioned. After the shield fell, the zebras launched mega spells to finally obliterate the city. But if that is true, then those missiles never reached their destination. It's possible, I offered, that they might have designed it to function indefinitely just to ensure it would last as long as they needed it to, and because they expected it to be destroyed along with Canterlot shortly after the shield fell. After it had done its job and murdered the princesses. Firelight let out a mournful note. We flew in silence for a few minutes. More. No, I said telekinetically, snatching the Fluttershy orb away from Velvet Remedy as she brought it out of one of her medical boxes. She gasped as the orb floated away. Honestly, it's about dang time she lost that stupid frickin' orb. Little Pip, give that back, she demanded, her voice lowering. I frowned but shook my head. You've been losing yourself in this way too much. Velvet, it's really beginning to worry me. I'd been letting this go for weeks. After all, her reliance on the Fluttershy orb had seemed to wane after Firelight had joined us, but ever since the Balefire Phoenix had been injured and Velvet Remedy had neglected a dying pony to save her, my unicorn friend had been turning to the orb with even greater frequency than before. Excuse me? Velvet huffed, telekinetically snatching it back. I'm pretty sure I've spent nowhere near the amount of times lost in memory orbs that you have, she pointed out, and I've been a lot smarter about when and where to do so. Okay, so maybe in the giant radioactive pink cloud is the perfect time to zone out. Ouch. Okay, true. But at least I'm not viewing the same one over and over and over, I said, trying to sound reasonable. That can't be healthy. Velvet frowned. Because I like this one. No matter how bad it is out here, I can always find solace in Fluttershy. I cringed inside. And yes, it is escapism. So is reading a book, she challenged. Would you be so concerned if I read the same book over and over? We all have our own little things that help us get through the day, and at least mine isn't self-destructive. I could feel her on the verge of bringing up party time mentals, but Velvet Remedy reined herself in, not wishing to cut that deeper. Instead, she sighed, "This world is horrible, and I don't seem to be doing a whole lot to make it better. All of my friends insist on risking death or dismemberment on a daily basis. I don't," Steelhooves interjected. "Yes, well, you're being an entirely different problem, aren't you?" Velvet snapped. "My old home was assaulted, those I knew slaughtered, and now we're about to dive into poison at the behest of a psychotic despot who would see the extinction of pony kind. So maybe a little escapism is in order just to keep my sanity." Steelhooves turned towards me but said nothing. I knew my own reasons for wanting to curb her Fluttershy worship, but this clearly wasn't the way. "What is that?" Velvet Remedy asked, changing the subject with the point of a hoof. I watched her tuck the orb away before turning to see what had caught her eye. The setting sun was passing behind a tall, slender white spire that rose up from the city, taller than the highest tower of the castle and flanked by a pair of marble wings easily 3 stories tall. The light of the sun seemed to ignite a nimbus around the spire as its shadow slashed across us, the city below. The Celestian Monument, Steelhooves informed us. Princess Luna had it constructed after Princess Celestia stepped down to honor her and her 1,000 years of peaceful rule. Of course, that would be why it's taller than the castle, Velvet Remedy nodded. Luna was making it clear to every pony that she didn't see herself as a replacement for Celestia. Beyond the Celestian Monument stretched a lifeless field lined with ugly dead trees that seemed to reach out of the dirt like grasping, skeletal claws. The field was bordered by broken cobblestone walkways. In the center sank a huge rectangular pool of pink saturated water. Rising opposite the monument was the royal castle itself, a glorious mass of crumbling spires and cracked white stone. The field was flanked by the silent sentinels of 6 preserved buildings standing across from each other like pieces on a chessboard. The ministries each now a shadow of their regal and impressive former selves. This was Ministry Walk. "That there's a whole lot of alicorns," Calamity whistled, staring down at the dark forms which swarmed around the far end of the Ministry Walk. We had been warned of alicorns in the canterlot ruins, but I assumed they would be scattered about the city. Instead, they amassed in Ministry Walk. It was almost as if something about the castle drew the alicorns close, like bugs around a lantern. So much for setting down in Ministry Walk. They would be all over us before the Sky Bandit touched the ground. And alicorns were yet another enemy that my skill with firearms was pretty much useless against. At least as soon as they got their damn shields up. Alicorns were some of the most dangerous and powerful opponents in the Equestrian Wasteland, but at least they had been predictable. The encounter in Zebra Town changed all of that. In the pink, The Alicorns lost their telepathy and their connection with the goddess. Here, they were individuals, and their tactics and demeanor radically changed. Bro, are they gonna bring Twilight Sparkle here somehow? I don't know how it works. There's a giant meat blob connected to the ceiling, so I'm not sure. Radically changed. Logically, I didn't have enough experience to be sure, but my instincts were telling me to expect these Alicorns to be more clever than the ones I had fought in Appaloosa and Manhattan. Their individuality would allow for more creative, tactical thinking. At the same time, they should be less coordinated. And if my suspicion bore out, less magically threatening, with the exception of what I had come to think of, their breed powers. All Alicorns seem to best possess the same spells, but the only spell that Alicorns had used in Zebratown, aside from their shields, was a lightning bolt spell. But only one of them had used that. If all of them had possessed the full range of spells normal for Alicorns, we should have been slaughtered. Instead, I had come to suspect that the Alicorns were all tapping into common pools of spell knowledge, one granted by the goddess, and when they lost their connection to her, they lost most of their spells as well. Too bad the damn shield spell seemed inherent. Okay, new spell, I announced. We land in that cluster of buildings on the opposite side of the Celestian Monument, and we sneak our way in, moving quickly from building to building until we reach our targets. Steelhooves, which of those buildings is the Ministry of Awesome? The Ministry of Awesome is the smaller building made of glassy black stone farthest up, right next to the castle and across from the Ministry of Morale. Steelhooves answered, adding for clarification. The Ministry of Morale is the one with a mooring tower for Pinkie Pie balloons. Right next to the castle. Of course it was. I brought up my eyes for a sparkle as Calamity winged us back around the monument and started to look for a good place to land. Directly behind the monument stretched an assemblage of moderately preserved structures adorned with golden rooftops. The buildings were littered over a generous expanse of space that I imagine must have been a park. A small river snaked through it at the water tainted by ribbons of pink terminating at Inner City Lake. Here we go, every pony, Calamity called out as he picked a spot and began to shed altitude. I was thankful for Calamity's warning, even though there really wasn't anything to do to brace ourselves. Velvet Remedy took a deep breath, apparently intending to hold it while we dropped down through the pink cloud. We dropped into the pink. The tint of the sky transformed the sunset into something utterly alien, the red and orange hues shifting into sickly, malignant colors. Yay, well, even the chains of plans we should be in and out within just a few hours. My eyes forward sparkle flashed a location name sent by my Pitbox auto mapping spell. Princess Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns. A cluster of lights flared up on my EFS compass, none of them immediately hostile. I turned my attention in their direction as Calamity flew us down between the rooftops of the tallest buildings. The lights came from one of them. I urged Calamity to fly a little closer. Ivory Tower, my EFS proclaimed as we neared the elegant structure topped with golden onion. Graduate Studies. One of the uppermost floors of the Ivory Tower had boasted a beautiful multi-story window. During the megaspell attack, mounting air pressure had caused the window to implode, and the whole tower had filled with pink cloud. As we passed, I could see into what had once been a library, the books all long rotted away. The Ivory Tower had become a pooling place. I could see thick wisps of nearly solid pink floating up the stairs from the chamber below. Several darkened reptilian forms slouched about the library, occasionally flexing leathery wings. One of the creatures was curled up in the shrouded bowl of what had once been a giant hourglass, snoozing soundly. Dragons. Canterlot ghoulized adolescent dragons. About Spike's age, I thought as I remembered being trapped in Spike's body. Recalling the feel of his wings, they could be his siblings, I realized. Trapped forever in underdeveloped bodies that could not grow and would not die. The sight struck a melancholy chord in my heart, a sad note that continued to play even as three of their corresponding lights shifted to red. Three of the canterlot dragons rounded, watched as we passed, then spread out their wings and launched themselves after us. Steelhooves reacted immediately, dashing towards the back window of the Sky Bandit. Steelhooves, wait, I called out, unsure if my actions were wise, but unwilling to make the mistake of shooting first yet again. Velvet, you're up. Letting out the breath she had been holding, Velvet Remedy jumped at her hooves, flashing me an odd expression as she passed. It was either her way of silently saying about time, or she was still upset with me over trying to take the Fluttershy orb. Honestly, little Pip, you could have taken that thing if you wanted from her. We know you maxed out your telekinesis skills. You would definitely win in a fight. Or a tug-of-war challenge with magic. Velvet's horn glowed softly as Steelhooves stepped aside, making way for her. Dragons of Canterlot, her voice boomed, magnified majestically. We are but little pony travelers, humbled to be in your magnificent presence. We beseech you to allow us passage through your territory. We promise our visit will be brief and will be of no bother. Really? Steelhooves rumbled, his tone making it clear Velvet Remedy's diplomacy couldn't possibly work. No, she whispered back. Not really, she turned to me. Sorry about this, little Pip. Food, one of the dragons bellowed. Great, they ate ponies. Of course they ate ponies. Mr. Topaz had been planning a feast. Why, yes, of course, Velvet Remedy replied. I wouldn't think of passing through your home without bringing something to pay the toll. With that, she floated out one of the dresses she had brought for me at Ten Pony Tower. The only one, I noted, which had several pretty sapphires woven into the hems. I'm afraid I only have the one gift, so I do hope you don't mind sharing. She tossed the garment out of the Sky Bandit's back window, and the three dragons immediately scrambled after the gemstone-studded dress. Turning back around, Velvet Remedy smiled and suggested, let's get inside before they finish fighting each other. I leaped from the Sky Bandit the moment it touched ground, levitating our supplies with us. We had left everything but the essentials back with Zenith and Glyphmark. Calamity released himself from the harness. Hey, look! Calamity said, pointing between the nearby buildings at the rubble of clipboards a few blocks away. Maybe we should stop by there on our way back, he suggested, as we all began to gallop towards the closest buildings. Perfect place to get ablative armor for the Sky Bandit. No getting sidetracked. Wait, what? I blinked at Calamity in confusion. Yup. Ain't you noticed all the clipboards laying about everywhere? Calamity asked, flying alongside us. Darn things are nigh indestructible. Honestly, I honestly hadn't noticed, but then I didn't scavenge as relentlessly as Calamity did. Still, clipboards as armor? He had to be joking. Made out of pure compressed obstinatanium, they is. Yeah, I guess that's how it's spelled. Calamity continued. Bet you not even Lil Mac could punch a hole in one. Obstinatanium? There was no such thing as... Oh, I get it now. Well, sure the new ones were, but only after they stopped making them out of layered stubbornite. Careful there, Steelhooves grunted. The Apple family had a monopoly in stubbornite mines. Stubbornite. Velvet Remedy chased behind us, a confused expression on her face. I thought they were apple farmers, she whispered to Pyrelite, who was flying alongside her. Well, shucks, Calamity said. If some ponies hadn't been hogging all the stubbornite for themselves, maybe they would have run out like they did. I'll have you know that Applejack never once hugged stubbornite. Steelhooves countered. She used every bit that she had. I blinked, mouth hanging open. Did Steelhooves just make a joke about Applejack? Wow. The wave of pain blasted through my head as I reached the steps up to the building door, my EFS flashing the name of the building amidst medical warnings. I felt like there was a vise tightening around my horn. My vision blurred and my ears began to ring. I stumbled back and the pain immediately faded. Whoa, I called out, holding out a foreleg to stop the others behind me. I wasn't fast enough. Calamity didn't stop, flying right over me and slammed through the door. As soon as the door was open, I could hear the static. Calamity was halfway into the lobby beyond. When he landed, staggering and spun around, I could see blood begin to seep out of his ears and the corners of his eyes. As he turned to look towards us, his face grimacing in pain. Then he looked up above us and a bit at the air. I could see his bloodied eyes wide as he realized he wasn't wearing his battle saddle. Wobbling, he shouted out, pointing above the door, "Little Pip, there!" He toppled to his knees. Freaking idiot, dude. Honest to God, bro. Man's should've listened better. I dashed inside, drawing little Macintosh from its holder, ignoring the explosion of pain in my head and the sudden tint of red in my eyes. I spun around, instantly spotting the school's public address speaker built into the wall just above the bust of the goddess Celestia that looked down at us from above the door. Blam! My first shot missed. Digging a hole in the wall near the speaker, my vision was getting rapidly worse, and I couldn't use my targeting spell. It didn't recognize the speakers as a target. There was nothing for it to lock onto. Blam, blam! My second shot shattered Celestia's face. The third hit the speaker, which exploded in a shower of sparks. The sound of static softened but still remained. The pain didn't go away. There was at least one more speaker in here. I looked around, but my vision was swimming in red. I couldn't see anything. The ringing in my ears drowned out nearly everything else. I could barely hear the explosions all around me as I lost my equilibrium and fell onto my side, my vision fading to black. My vision cleared again almost instantly, leaving my ears softly ringing and a comparatively minor headache beating my brain. The others had charged in after me, and from the smoke and debris, Steelhooves had grenade machine gun the upper wall of the lobby until the static stopped. I groaned and sat up slowly, wiping the blood from my ears. "We have a new problem," Velvet Remedy informed me, her voice seeming strange and far away. I blinked at her, trying to clear my vision, then looked towards the entrance where she was pointing. Let me guess, it's covered with debris now. A shield spell had descended over the front of the door. Never mind, not what I expected. Apparently shooting up the lobby in Celestia's private school of magic triggered a defense. Who would have frickin' knew? We made it on the 3rd floor before finding that the stairwell to the next level had caved in, forcing us to cut through the classrooms to reach the stairwell on the opposite side. My plan to avoid detours was off to a bad start. I pushed a door open, checking my EFS for hostiles, then made my way into the classroom. The building was old, but mercifully free of the pink cloud, allowing us to proceed cautiously. We were operating under the assumption that the administrator's office on the top floor would have a terminal capable of shutting off the shields, locking us inside. Why is the ministries, like an administrator's room always got to be the highest point? How come they're never in the basement? Everyone puts them up, not down. At least that is what we assumed the large space at the top of the tower was meant to be, based on a map, which had decorated the lobby's back wall. A map which had lost large chunks under Steelhooves' grenade barrage. Even in its state of decay, the room was elevated by touches of class that set it apart from the buildings outside of Canterlot. Filigree in the walls and furniture, the tattered remains of rotting banners, the cracked marble tiles of two-tone blue checkerboard floors. I paused, staring at the globe, tucked in the corner, the continents beginning to peel off its surface. What? The contents beginning to peel off its surface? Strangely, I had always considered Equestria to be flat. I looked around. The last lesson taught me in this room was apparently astronomy, as the chalkboard still bore a diagram of, if I was reading it correctly, the single path on which sun and moon circled our world. Oh no, little Pip was a flat earther. Oh god. They didn't know. They didn't know any better. This was not something the science classes in Stable 2 had covered. We had learned instead about mechanics and robotics, arcane science, and spellcraft. I had sometimes pondered where the sun went. Well, then they clearly failed you on half of that, little Pip. I'm just saying. I had sometimes pondered where the sun went when Celestia put it away, imagining it was hidden underneath us, possibly taking a nap. If this diagram was true, then Celestia was sending it to another part of the world to make a day someplace else. I wondered if that was the faraway land where the zebras lived, or maybe the place where the dragons originally came from. Did that mean Nightmare Moon had locked them in eternal day, slowly roasting them alive? And how messed up did things have to be now in order for the Pegasi to occasionally see the sun and moon in the sky at the same time? Unbelievable, Velvet Remedy intoned. I turned to see that I was not the only pony distracted by the contents of the room. Velvet had trotted up to the steps that ran along the rising rows of chairs. Honestly, I can't really blame him for getting curious, but I feel like the constant suffocation feeling would be telling you, no, 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 no. Get in, get out. Rows of rising chairs on the side of the room, opposite the blackboard. At the top near another doorway were several posters. Velvet was staring at the one which featured a very small filly magically projecting a shield around herself, and her family as an evil-looking zebra lowered a stick of dynamite towards her with a fishing pole. Oh no! They were actually teaching children to use their shield spells to protect themselves from a mega spell attack. Velvet Remedy stomped from the poster. I gleaned that the spell was one of the first taught to any unicorn who had the capacity to learn it. They might as well have been telling them to hide under their desks. Remedy? There ain't any desks in this room, Calamity pointed out. Velvet Remedy swung around and saw the rows of chairs and the lectern. There was not a desk in sight, she sighed. Not the point. Maybe Celestia just didn't want them to be scared, I offered. I had to imagine that telling the children a lie that allowed them to believe there was something they could do was kinder than leaving them feeling helpless. Or was my belief just born of corrupted kindness? I grunted, hating Trixie. The great and powerful hive mind Trixie. Red lights started to pop up on my EFS compass, several of them, converging on the door next to Velvet Remedy. Velvet, I hissed, motioning her towards me before pointing warningly at the door. Calamity, now wearing his battle saddle, flew into position covering the door. I whispered up a prayer to the god Celestia that ended up becoming more of an apology for shooting her in the face. The door opened and I felt myself go numb. It was a small, canterlot ghoul-eyed unicorn child. Her school filly uniform melted into her flesh. There were several more behind her, all colts and fillies, locked in the endless routine of going to and from their exams until they spotted us, and the air filled with sound more horrifying than any I could imagine. Y'all remember that scene from Dead Space 2? Where, you go to, like, the little play, Nah, I guess it's just the play, I guess. The little theater? That's kind of what this instantly reminded me of. A wordless sound of unadulterated and monstrous aggression from a chorus of achingly childlike voices. No. Celestia, have mercy. I was frozen, my eyes locked on the monster children. I couldn't do this. Corrupted kindness. Hey, if you have the ability to shoot down a whole town of cannibalizing ponies, then I don't think this is probably any different. In fact, this should be a lot easier for you, little Pip, because they're brain dead. They don't even know! Calamity fired the twin bullets from his battle saddle, tearing into the filly's head, blasting most of her brains onto the Remember Your Shield poster. Turning to the rest of us, he yelled, "What are y'all waiting for?" My favorite character in this? That's a rough one. I have no idea. When I finish this series, I'll probably talk a lot about, probably, for a conclusion, talk about everything we've gone through. We've gone through so much character development with our cast here. I would like to see more how it develops, though. I knew they weren't really children. I knew they were, at best, feral animals, and they would kill us if we didn't fight or run. But my body refused to do either. Calamity fired again. Next to me, Velvet cast her anesthetic spell at a young colt, only to moan as the spell had no apparent effect. Even Steelhooves seemed to have faltered a moment, but now I heard the ports of his missile launcher open. Whoosh! Kaboom! 2 rockets fired in an upward angle and exploded against the ceiling, bringing large chunks of it raining down on the creature's children below, along with half a row of chairs from the classroom above us. I stumbled back as 2 cults and a filly were crushed under the collapsing ceiling, the little pony in my head sickly wondering if that had killed them or just inconvenienced them. Even after their lights went out on my EFS compass. Little Pip, Steelhooves commanded, get us up there. Up there? I felt like I was thinking through sludge. Now, he bellowed, snapping me out of my stupor. Calamity swooped past me, firing again as another canterlot zombie colt galloped through the open door and leaped over the rubble towards us. The twin shot hit the monster child in the side, knocking him back into the chairs. I wrapped my levitation field around the rest of us and levitated us up through the ceiling. Behind me, I heard the sinister warping sound that signaled one of the fallen cloud children was rising back up, filled with necromantic life. I poked my head out of the classroom, looking both ways down the yeah, there you go, little Pip. Think positive next time you gotta do a little bang bang, you know? They'll just get back up. Do it again. Get used to it, little Pip. Corrupted kindness. I poked my head out of the classroom, looking both ways down the corridor. I kept expecting the zombie children to appear, but there were no hostile lights on my EFS compass. I couldn't tell if they were still trying to get up to this level, or if they had ceased pursuing us the moment they could no longer see us or hear us, literally out of sight, out of mind. The hallway provided a new danger. The air was filled with a pink haze which grew thicker towards the ventilation grate in the ceiling. I could just make out the large metal fan behind the grate warped and fused with the metal of the shaft itself. The dense patchwork didn't look particularly large, but it was slowly growing. Steelhooves, I instructed, closing the door. We need you to scout ahead. Find the shortest path into another cloudless section of the building. The Steel Ranger outcast nodded. I opened the door long enough for him to gallop through, then closed it again. Hey, Pip, Calamity said, his voice almost a whisper. I'm pretty sure one of the first ministry buildings was the Ministry of Magic. I'm thinking we should pop in there and grab ourselves some proper magical energy weapons, just in case we have to deal with a bunch more canterlot ghouls. Here we go, I sighed, groaning inside and forcing myself not to face Hoof. Well, magical energy guns are a mite better against canterlot ghouls than what we're packing, Steelhooves aside. Calamity reasoned altogether, too reasonably, and we shouldn't be relying on him to bring down the house every time we face more of the monsters. And for that matter, Velvet Remedy chimed in, we really need to stop in the Ministry of Peace. It's right across the way, and we could definitely use the medical supplies, especially if you end up fighting against those alicorns. Of course we do. God, dude, remember when they said they were just going to grab 2 things and then it turned into an all-around town fetch quest? Yeah, I do. I remember when it was like that. I turned to them both. Look, the more sightseeing we do, the longer and more dangerous this trip becomes. We're already taking longer than I wanted just because. Just getting out of the first building. All the more reason to get extra medical supplies while we can. You know, the Ministry of Peace will have supplies somewhere. I nodded. Somewhere. That's the problem. You're not talking about a brief stop, either of you. You're talking about exploring those buildings. Velvet Remedy nodded. I know that, and I know it's dangerous, but I'm worried. No, you just want to see Fluttershy's ministry. See, that's what I'm saying. Velvet's just an idiot. That's what I'm seeing. Velvet Remedy took a step back, faint and wounded heart. My expression was unmoving. Okay, fine. Yes, I do. But I am also worried, she insisted, about Steelhooves. Steelhooves? Calamity echoed. Why are you worried about him for? The guy could survive anything, up to and including the apocalypse. Velvet Remedy rolled her eyes. He's immortal, not indestructible. The armor might repair itself, but how do we know he's okay inside? The only things that heal ghouls are radiation and healing potions, and the suit of his is designed to self-administer. Now, the last time he restocked his armor's medicine dispensary was Stable 29, and since then, he's been shot through with anti-tank rounds, fallen a few hundred feet, and gone through whatever he was put through in Zebratown. Look, Velvet, if Steelhooves was in trouble, he'd tell us, Calamity said. Would he? Velvet questioned. I found myself caught, unable to decide which of my friend's flaws were at play here, Velvet Remedy's excessive worries or Steelhooves' stubborn stoicism. I suspect this was the other problem that Velvet had claimed. Steelhooves was being... I couldn't blame her for being concerned, but Keishi was a doctor who was being denied the ability to examine a patient, and the Wasteland wasn't in the habit of serving up best cases very often. I was beginning to kick myself for having taken Steelhooves' durability for granted. Well, there was gummies, Calamity offered. But that was before he got shot, Velvet Remedy reminded the Pegasus. Afterwards, you only came back long enough to pick us up. Damn. Calamity rubbed his brow under his hat. I reckon you might be out onto something there. Turned to me, he's just a little pit. Maybe you ought to run a diagnostic on his armor and see just what state of our friend is in. For all we know, he might be really torn up under all that steel. I looked at the door, wishing Steelhooves was back already. Okay, Ministry of Peace and Ministry of Magic, but only the fastest. Looks and only until we find what we need. Targeting missions, no sightseeing. They both nodded. They're going to sightsee. They're not smart enough to not do that. They both nodded. Then Velvet Remedy added, I was actually really hoping we could take a peek at the goddess's castle, too. I face-huffed, no! See, that's what I'm saying. They're not smart enough. They're idiots. My gaps collapsing against the storage room shelving, the impact sending several boxes of cleaner toppling down onto my head as I fought for breath and my heart struggled in my chest. Velvet Remedy slammed the door closed behind her, the last one in. She crashed into Steel, who was bouncing between him and the workbench Calamity had curled up onto before falling to his knees. I can't believe you've done that to yourself before, she gasped wretchedly. Velvet began passing around healing potions. Under the police station was much worse, Calamity moaned, downing his potion. Why do you think I saw blowing up the boiler as better alternative? Velvet groaned shakily. Forgiven, she floated her own potion to her lips and drank greedily. I drank the potion Velvet had passed to me, closed my eyes, waiting for the healing effect to begin to mend my cloud-ravaged body. Velvet Second round, passed a second round of potions, and I could see that the stop in the Ministry of Peace would truly be necessary after all. Weakly, I slid myself across the floor towards Steelhooves. Lay down, soldier, I demanded, hurting too much to perform the social dance that friendship and civility required. Steelhooves obeyed without question, accidentally knocking over a row of plunged with his armored tail. I pulled a tool from my barding and jacked my pitbuck into his armor, running a diagnostics. Steelhooves' displeasure at this invasion of privacy was radiating off of him, but he didn't move or speak. Steelhooves obeyed without question, accidentally knocking over a row of plunges with his armor tail. I pulled a tool from my barding and jacked my pitbuck into his armor, running a diagnostic. Steelhooves' displeasure at this invasion of privacy was radiating off of him, but he didn't move or speak. The little pony in my head began to panic when the pitbuck started flashing medical alerts across my EFS. I fought to keep my little pony calm. You said the thing! As I worked to strip away the alarms, they were probably false. My pitbuck's medical assist spell was not calibrated towards ghouls, much less whatever physiology was normal for canterlot ghouls. I wished I had Velvet Remedy's understanding of medicine, although considering her reaction to ghouls, that might not help much. The one thing I could say for sure was that Steelhooves' armor was completely out of healing supplies, and apparently had been since partway through Zebra Town. The stallion was keeping himself going on painkillers and combat drugs, most of which were also nearly depleted. What had he been planning to do when those ran out? Hell, one of his legs was broken in multiple places. The armor was holding it together like a cast. Not okay, I told him sternly, feeling like I was wearing Velvet Remedy's horseshoes. He said nothing. If you're in trouble like this, you need to tell us. I'll be fine, he finally said, but I noticed he wouldn't look at me when he said it. The damn thing was, he probably would be so long as he didn't get himself killed permanently before he could resupply his armor. Between now and then, however, was a whole world of pain. The painkillers were handling a lot of it right now, but not all of it, and they would be gone soon. This felt like self-punishment, maybe for what happened on Buckland Bridge, or maybe because of bad memories, wounds, and regrets that coming here and Zebratown had made fresh again. I could point out that when the painkiller stopped, the pain might hamper him, putting us all at risk. That was the sort of argument I knew he would listen to and accept, but it was also cold and selfish. Steelhooves was our friend, and he deserved better than that. I needed something to say that would show him we cared, and yet would still be persuasive in his ears. I looked at Velvet Remedy for help, only to be reminded of an argument about Fluttershy Orb. Velvet Remedy was escaping, Steelhooves was abusing himself. I looked up at Calamity and wondered if he was doing any better. Calamity seemed fine, but then, so had Steelhooves until I took a deeper look. At least Zenith was okay, right? No, Zenith never really seemed okay. After what she had been through, I would be surprised if there was an okay in her world that even vaguely resembled the one of her own. Her freakout at being bitten was still fresh in my mind, but at least she was getting better. I thought rather than worse. Although, at the time we had left, Zenith had still not admitted to Zephyr, whatever, that she was her mother. Was that just Zenith being a zebra, or was it a warning sign something else I had been missing? Steelhooves pushed himself back up, disconnecting his armor from my pit-buck. I should go. Go where? Out, he replied, to fix the next room that is clear of the cloud. Velvet Remedy tossed up her shield again, the shimmering screen of magic filling the hallway just in time for the 3 baby dragons to slam into it. The little wingless creatures growled and clawed at the shield, their eyes glowing, their faces distorted in rage. Oh, aren't they cute, Velvet cooed. She's not resounding no from the rest of us. More trouble at hour 4, Calamity warned. I spun around. From the other end of the hall, several canterlot colts and fillies emerged from the stairwell. The lead filly had another cloud-ruined baby dragon on her back. I stared at the filly, my eyes drawn to. Little Pip, what are you staring at? In black horror, I hissed. Look at her cutie mark. The school's filly's tattered uniform gave a clear view of the blob of dark pink that emblazoned the Cloud Child's flank. I reeled at the implications. The child got on her cutie mark after the mega spell, after she had died. Okay, that's screwed up. The cloud had transformed the poor little filly into an undying monster was horrific enough, but somehow the idea that it had warped and corrupted her to the point that the pink cloud had stolen from her what should have made her special and replaced that with itself was somehow so much crueler, so much more abhorrent. That is pretty screwed up. The child horror lowered her head, her horn glowing a violent pink. Thick wisps of pink clouds snaked out of the air around her glowing horn, swirling as it filled the corridor. The filly was actually conjuring pink cloud. Okay, this got intense real quick right here. The baby dragon jumped from her back and began charging at us, its little claws tearing at the hallway carpeting. The twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle echoed through the hallway. The baby dragon's body ragdolled against the wall. A moment later, the tendrils of pink began to reach us. Immediately, my head swam, my headache spiking. I backpedaled trying to get away, only to hit Velvet Remedy's shield. The 3 baby dragons behind us gave little roars of anticipation and violent desire. What? Calamity coughed. Is with the rest of you. The Pegasus dropped to the ground, unable to keep flying as the pink cloud began to eat at his insides. He fired blindly at the pink. They're not really children. Oh, where the heck was I? I could hear the children galloping down the hallway towards us. All I could see was the pink cloud, the edges of my vision beginning to go dark. My EFS compass was showing nothing but a mass of blurry red. Every breath seemed to shrivel my lungs, making me fight harder to get half the air I could the breath before. Velvet Remedy collapsed beside me, her shield going down. One of the baby monsters leaped at me, claws scratching at my barding and digging wet scratches in my flesh, its teeth sinking in my mane, trying to tear at the back of my neck. Steel hooves opened fire on the hallway. I curled up as I was pelted with concussive waves and shrapnel from the close-quarter explosions. The blast left my ears ringing, my sense of direction and balance shot to hell. But they also thinned the cloud. My gut was twisting. My insides felt like they had begun to rot. But my headache cleared just enough that I could focus. I floated out little Macintosh, aiming it at the small monster gnawing on my back, and fired. I felt the creature drop from my back, the poor thing which should have been allowed to grow up to be a dragon. Velvet Remedy was curled into a ball, crying. The two other baby monsters were trying to eat her. Her body was a tapestry of shallow bleeding scratches. I fired twice more, getting them off of her, and stumbled to my hooves, somehow dreadfully. It was easier for me to shoot these creatures than the monsters who took the form of children, as if the fact they had never grown old enough to talk or think like people made it more okay to treat them as rabid animals. My eyes' forward sparkle was flashing medical warnings. Even thinned, the pink cloud was killing me. I needed to get out before my internal organs started shutting down. Wrapping Velvet in my magic, I galloped as fast as I could, as my legs and lungs would let me, a staggering trot, trying to get out of the pink. Behind me, Calamity fired once more, then pivoted and followed, stumbling as he attempted to run. The air filled with that noisome, grating sound. As the eyes of the baby dragon Calamity had shot began to glow, and it began to growl. "Get to the top," our Applejack's ranger called back to us. "I'll hold them here. None shall pass. You shall not pass." You shall not pass. God, dude. What a peak message. We're down to the last of our healing potions. Velvet Remedy warned softly, tears in her eyes. I groaned as I drank the potion she floated over to me. We hadn't even gone to Ministry Walk yet, and I still haven't had the chance to restock Steel Hooves' armor. I watched as the slashes of red that covered Velvet closed gently, mending themselves before my eyes, leaving her looking unmarred, yet still covered in her own blood. The mare swayed despondently, then curled up next to Calamity on the large bed in the center of the room. The large circular room had no windows, but both the fireplace and the chute provided means for the pink cloud to enter the room. Fortunately, a magical ventilation spell had prevented the cloud from pooling here, leaving the air only the lightest shade of pink. Survivable levels of pink, so long as none of us fell asleep in here. The administrator's room had been lovely once, a solemn room of violets and blues with mural of clouds drifting along the wall and a delicate ornateness to every feature and piece of furniture. Ghosts of that beauty remained in the greasy rot of the carpet, bed, and tapestries. A golden scroll-shaped stand leaned against one wall next to a crumbling bookshelves filled with decayed books and the residue of dissolved scrolls. Next to the center bed was another golden stand, this one holding a terminal, its screen glowing softly. The door into the room had been one of the hardest locks I have ever encountered. I expected no less difficulty from the terminal. "It just isn't right," Velvet Remedy choked, leaning against Calamity. "All those children, those little baby dragons." Calamity wrapped a ring around her. She began to sob again. "They didn't deserve this. It's so unfair." It was worse than unfair. This was evil. I felt the bubbling rage simmering in my beating heart, but there was no pony to be angry at. I could be mad at the victims and the zebras and possibly ponies who created the deployed the megaspell were long dead. No, I was furious with the pink cloud itself. How dare it? I began to hack, trying to focus, not wanting to take out my frustrations on the terminal lest I make a mistake and get locked out. "Little Pip," Velvet says softly, if the megaspell's still working here, still pouring out this poison," her eyes closed, her trembling voice finding determined steel, "we need to stop it." I nodded. The password was apologies. Yikes. Ooh, the apple orb, ooh! My host was checking his watch. The little hoof pointed to 7, the big one just a few minutes past the hour. It was either late morning or less than an hour from midnight. I had no way of knowing. The hallway was a cold gray metal with no windows, yet it felt like night. A soft chime from behind drew my host's attention. He turned as the elevator doors opened, party music playing over the speaker in the room. The elevator seemed empty. My host stepped away, watching cautiously. The elevator doors closed, cutting off the sound of music. I could barely hear the soft hum as the elevator began to descend. My host looked to his left. Empty hallway, no doors, endings with a heavy steel door of a vault. He looked to his right. A magical field of blue light shimmered in front of an iron gate. The room beyond was filled with humming mainframes. I apologized for running late, an exotic voice said from nothingness, sounding slightly muffled. First, the head of the zebra appeared as she pulled her hood back, then the rest of her. I did not mean to make you wait. I felt my host press his lips together. That's all right, Sakura, but you'll have to hurry. Security will cycle any minute now. When it does, we've arranged for the shield to drop, but it will only be down for 4 minutes. You'll have to get in, get the data, and get out. I saw my head turn away as I fished a key out of the pocket of my security uniform. This will get you through the gate. You know which system you are looking for, right? Sakura nodded. I said, a sad look formed on her face. I ask if this is worth the cost. The lives of ponies will be lost. I felt a frown etch across my host's muzzle. We have to be willing to make sacrifices if we are going to end this war. Your success here will get you to Caesar's trust. I'm sorry, am I saying that right? Caesar's trust? Caesar's? I think that's Caesar, but like it's spelt weird, sillily. Trust, and that will allow you to get close to him. All I know is who this Caesar person is, like the leader of the zebras, I'm pretty sure, or something. My host stepped back, but if it helps, I'm sure they will arrange for the weapon factories in those schematics to have minimal staff when the zebras hit them. My host's frown turned into a grimace. Unfortunately, we've had a small complication. Sakura raised an eyebrow. They've installed some sort of the gemstone detector, something from the Ministry of Image. Of all places, it is designed to detect zebra talismans like your cloak. And it's not part of the normal security system, so we can't shut it down without raising alarms. You'll have to remove your cloak before going in. I will not need it once in there, so I will leave it in your care. Sakura slipped out of her cloak, now wearing only a satchel. She looked strangely naked without the jewelry, and I had seen her wearing before. The shield of blue energy suddenly went down. My host sucked in a breath. Quickly strike me down hard. Sakura spun and bucked at my host. One hoof caught him squarely in the chest, cracking at least one rib, then the other sank hard into the soft flesh of his neck. Sakura's eyes widened as I collapsed, choking, fighting for air. She had clearly not intended to land a possibly fatal blow. Props to you, Sakura. God dang. My host waved her on, coughing and fighting to remain conscious. Sakura galloped down the hall. I heard her unlock the gate and pull it open, but my vision was blurring. I sat there fighting harder and harder, trying to breathe air, struggling to get through my throat and into my chest. I heard the chime behind me. The door opened and an apple green stallion in a tuxedo barding stepped out, looking around. Apple Snack. The moment he saw me, he was widened, then narrowed, taking in the discarded zebra cloak nearby. Damn it, I knew something felt wrong. He looked up, observing the open gate and disabling magical shield. Hold on, Buck, I'll get... Apple Snack froze, his voice silencing abruptly as the core rounded the mainframes, heading back. You! Apple Snack stepped into a battle stance as the core stopped short. You! Apple Snack called out, fury in his voice. Apple Snack? Zakora said, failing to rhyme, her eyes growing wider. She trusted you. She let you into our house, and you betrayed her. Apple Snack was striding slowly forward. I opened my heart to you because she wanted me to. I even began to trust you, to like you. A zebra! How could I have been so stupid? Apple? My host wheezed, holding up a hoof. Don't. But there was almost no sound to my voice. We struggled to get up, but our hooves wouldn't work. I realized we really were dying. She thought you were a friend. You broke her heart. Applesnack was roaring. I suddenly knew that this is what was hurting him. I remembered Steelhooves' denial when I told him the truth about Zecora, and the painful resignation that seemed to follow. I would prefer she had killed these monsters with cold-blooded calculations, Steelhooves had told Calamity regarding my rampage in Arbu. It wasn't the killing he thought was bad, it was the blind rage. Yeah, I'm well aware of. That I knew on this man's part. Blind rage. He made that obvious. And now you come back, tonight of all nights, to hurt her again? Zecora crouched down submissively. You have caught me. I do not fight, she intoned. I am your prisoner tonight. Applesnack stopped shaking, then screamed, bellowing, No, Zecora, that is not how you say died. Resisting arrest. Oh no, Steelhooves, don't do this. He charged and turning and bucking Zecora. She didn't try to dodge, at least not the first time she did. She did the second, and the third, and the fourth. My host flailed as darkness began to seep into the edges of his vision. The fight for breath was getting harder, and he was losing. My whole body felt weak and distant. I didn't feel the hum of the elevator at all, but we heard the chime. As the door slid open, an oddly familiar song floated into the hallway. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies, when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding, and the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive? It was the song that had played in Steelhooves' shack the morning I first really met him, the song he became strangely lost to. My host struggled again, trying to get up, trying to make any part of his body work now. We weren't getting any air anymore. Down the hall, I saw Zecora strike out, trying to defend herself. Applesnack ducked under the kick and brought up one of his own, striking her underneath and sending her body flying against the wall. Zecora hit the wall with a meaty smack, leaving a splash of blood as she fell to the floor. God dang, Zecora got! From within the elevator came a horribly familiar voice. Nuts and shrews. I knew the boys planning on proposing tonight. But if we're missing our song cause Sergeant Steelhooves have become Sergeant Cold Hooves. Oh no. Oh no. Don't come out here, Applejack. Don't see this. It will hurt you if you see this. We had been trying to repair our relationship, Steelhooves had told me, ever since the night she had seen the darkness in me. Not learned about, seen. Applejack, wearing a little black dress that was clearly a Rarity original, stepped out of the elevator. She looked to her right, seeing an empty hall ending in a vault door. She looked left. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating to pinpoints as she saw Applesnack bloodied, his torso heaving with each breath, standing over the very bloody corpse of Zecora. And that is how Zecora died, I guess. There's a secret passage from the basement of the examination building to the Royal Treasury. Steelhooves asked in disbelief as we galloped towards the Celestian Monument, our weapons and most of our supplies floating in tow behind me. Yup, don't make sense to me neither. Seems that would be the sort of place you wouldn't want secret ways into, Calamity responded, gliding along beside us. But that's what the map on the terminal said. I was still reeling from the knowledge of whose office I had set hoof in, whose terminal I had managed to break into. Velvet and Calamity had laid down her bed. After her sister Luna had taken the throne after Littlehorn, she had spent a lot more time at her school than in the castle. As we reached the monument, we slowed our pace. Most of the Alicorns were on the far side of Ministry Walk, but my EFS was picking up hostiles, close enough to worry about, even in the ruddy fading light of dusk. We needed stealth. Now. The Celestian Monument was magnificent even after centuries of decay, and taken bits of its structure, leaving patches of framework bare. I stopped a moment to stare in awe, then bowed before it, sending up a prayer to the goddess. I heard the sound of static. It was growing steadily louder. A sprite bot approaching from the front side of the monument, its speaker broadcasting white noise and necromantic death. My vision fuzzed and head beginning to throb for what seemed like an infinitieth time that evening. We were just on the edge of the effect now and started stepping back to keep from being engulfed. I was useless against the ghouls and zombies created by the pink cloud, and nearly as helpless against alicorns, but this was a threat that I alone was equipped to handle. I was the only one with ranged weapons that was quiet. I floated out the zebra rifles, peering down in sights, tracking the approaching robot by its friendly light on my EFS compass, waiting for it to float into sight. Path, path, path. The sprite bot dropped to the ground, internal circuitry burning, its broadcast dying with a pop of ozone. We trotted past it, ignoring the scrap. Well, most of us did. Calamity picked it up and offered it to Steelhooves, remembering the Ranger's armor used scrap metal to repair itself. The outside grounds of Celestia School had been blissfully vacant. Any pony outside had fled to the safety of the buildings when the pink cloud came. Not that the buildings had proven sufficiently safe. As we rounded one of the mighty wings of the Celestian monument, we saw that Ministry Walk had not fared so well. There were skeletons scattered all about the field, sticking out of the ground like black weeds. Ponies had filled the park when the cloud consumed it. A stallion whose bow tie and collar had become permanent parts of his neck. The twisted framework of a baby carriage with the skeleton of the baby Pegasus pony welded into it, the infant's mother laying half inside the cobblestones nearby. Beautiful. Emma had been sitting on the park bench in a most peculiar fashion, her skeleton now melted to the bench itself, holding her to that pose forever. Two ponies fused together in eternal embrace, their skulls tilted upwards in the direction that pink horror had descended upon them, snuffing out the twin flames of love and life. This is too much, Velvet Remedy moaned. Then she gasped in horror, stopping dead, staring ahead of us. You know, you could have always stayed in the vault. Nothing bad would have happened then. You never left it. Nothing would have happened. The Ministry of Peace, the canterlot hub of Fluttershy's ministry, had been built into a grove of magically grown trees. 200 years ago, it would have been a heartwarming vision of natural beauty, but the pink cloud had murdered the trees, turning them into a twisted black terrors. The whole building looked like a haunted house. Small objects littered the cobblestones and lifeless planters that circled the ministry. Skizzers, ashtrays, metal picture frames, all about sucked out of the rooms, whose windows had shattered. Parts of the terminal lay smashed on the steps just outside the front door. A ceramic butterfly had shattered into 6 pieces scattered across a row of dead hedges. As we crept forward, Velvet Remedy hesitated. I don't think I want to see anymore. I don't want to know what this poisoned place has done to Fluttershy. Luckily, I don't think she gets a choice. Velvet Remedy paused to look at the corner diorama featuring Fluttershy sitting in a forested field, surrounded by gentle animals. I could guess she was struggling against the urge to shadow the display and steal the full-sized Fluttershy for herself. Hold on. I see there's a silence over there. There we go. Are you okay? I just can't take her away from all her forest friends, Velvet whinnied softly. The Ministry of Peace had suffered severe internal damage when the trees that formed most of its outer walls had twisted in their unnatural death throes. Pink cloud had seeped into all but the most interior rooms. To our further dismay, the Canterlot hub seemed to be less a place of healing and medical research than a public front and an administrative center for the other MOP hubs. We were coming up empty-hooved in our search for medicine. The only upside is that nothing in the Ministry of Peace had attacked us yet. Everything in this place was dead. I approached a set of double doors and nudged it open, Velvet Remedy looking over my shoulder, whinnied in dismay. A haze of deep pink filled the massive room, which had once been an auditorium. Rows of rotting seats descended towards a dilapidated stage beneath, the last dangling threads of cloudy ink curtains. The walls, formed from even more trees, were blackened and dead. Velvet Remedy inexplicably pushed past me and galloped into the poisoned room. Velvet, what you doing, girl? Get yourself out of there. Velvet paid us no attention, charging up to the stage and jumping onto it. I saw her waver as she landed, the pink cloud beginning to get to her. I shouted for her to come back. Beside me, Firelight cried out, calling to her beloved Velvet. What in tarnation does she think she's doing? Calamity demanded. Velvet stumbled, turning and standing before the podium. She put a hoof on it, and it broke apart at her touch. I could hear her sob. The auditorium still had great acoustics. Seeing her standing on that stage wearing her yellow medical boxes, I suddenly realized this wasn't just any auditorium. That wasn't just any stage. Hello? Velvet Remedy said meekly, reciting from memory. Can I have your attention, please? If you don't mind? Oh, goddesses. Hold on, little Pip. I'm gonna grab her. Thank you, Velvet was saying. Now, I know every pony is really, really busy, so I'll try not to take too much of your time. Oh my god. Calamity, wait, I said, holding up a hoof. Firelight fluttered at the edge of the pink, hooting in agitation. Wait? He spun to me fiercely. She's gone plumb off her rocker. She'll die in there if we wait. I focused, wrapping Velvet Remedy in my magic. I'll put her out. Just think maybe she needs to do this. She was risking her life to do... Velvet's an idiot! You cannot tell me Velvet is an idiot. She is. She's proven herself to not be capable of making good decisions. Honestly, this whole group can't make good decisions. Although, that's what makes them unique. That's what makes them my little idiots. That's why I love them. Ah, those crazy kids. She was risking her life to do this, and I couldn't tell if she was on the road to catharsis or catatonia. Needs to do what? Calamity demanded. Firelight didn't wait. The Balefire Phoenix soared into the poison, flying to Velvet Remedy. Below us, Velvet Remedy continued, her reflection perfectly matching Fluttershy's. Princess Luna has given us. That is, she's allowed us to. We have a new project. Velvet paused, looking out over the crowd that only existed in her mind. She's off her rocker, dude! As Firelight landed by her forehooves and rubbed against her, nudging her to move. This is bad, Steelhooves told me. Bro, oh, these are my little misfits. Their character flaws and everything about them makes them perfect. They're flawed to such a fault. Velvet cringed slightly. Please, it's okay. I know we're all overworked and every pony has so much to do already, and you're all just doing wonderful. She gave a most beautiful smile. Oh, what in the hay? Calamity moaned. Firelight began to cough. I extended my magic around her too, feeling increasingly anxious. Did she need this? Would she ever forgive me if I pulled her out and denied her this? Did it matter? Honestly, Velvet, let's just let her get poisoned a little bit. Maybe she'll learn from her actions here. Or maybe she won't. Who knows? Part of the fun, right? But this is really important. I've been talking with Princess Luna and... Velvet fell to her knees, coughing, her voice getting weaker. She struggled to breathe. I really want to do this project. I'm behind it. She coughed again, completely, and I really hope you will too. This horrible, terrible war has gone on far too long and has hurt so many people. Meanwhile, she's literally gassing herself. Meanwhile, this war has been gone on too far enough. God, dude. Is it smoky in here or is it just me? I could hear the sadness and hurt in Velvet's weakened voice. Sweet, merciful Celestia. I could see her tears. Enough of this, Calamity growled. Little Pip, get her out of there now. I nodded, blinking back tears of my own. From your lips to Celestia's ears. I whimpered as I levitated Velvet Remedy and pulled my friend from that gas chamber. Makes sense. Finally, took him long enough. The other remedy was barely in condition to move, much less walk. Even after I'd fed her our last healing potion, we left her in the care of Pyrelight and Steel Hooves. Mind telling me what the hell all that was about? Calamity asked angrily as he flew along above the maze of office cubicles I was wading through. The Fluttershy orb, I told him. I heard a crunch and felt a sharp pain in my left forehoof. Looking down, I saw that I had stepped on the skeletal remains of some small creature. Is it Angel Bunny? I stopped leaning against a cubicle wall as telekinetically pulled a thorn-shaped bit of broken bone from my hoof, which beaded with blood. There were other little skeletons all— oh god. Bring your pet to work day. The auditorium. That was the room where Fluttershy was talking to her ministry ponies in the orb's memory. Velvet Remedy was reciting it, or reliving it, or something. She definitely has some sort of post-traumatic stuff going on. That maybe there's some sort of withdrawal or something from viewing memory orbs. That auditorium, yeah, I already read that. And that struck her, yeah, as something we ought let her keep doing, Calamity snapped. Not like freaking Little Pip was gonna, be able to do anything about that. What the hell? See, this is what I'm talking about. Their brains are too small. But I love it. I love it, though. They clearly freaking tried. They clearly did. I don't know. Velvet is a performer. I don't think that was... I hope that was not her just doing a performance. Her one chance to be on Fluttershy's stage, but... I turned to my Pegasus friend, the first friend I had ever really had. Fluttershy's ministry created the mega spells, Calamity, I admitted to him. Whoa! Calamity stopped and made her hovering. Say what now? They were originally intended as mass healing spells. She never meant for them to be used as weapons of death, Calamity groaned. Velvet? She doesn't know yet, but sooner or later she's going to find out. And when that happens, do you think it will be any easier if we had denied her the chance to do whatever she was doing? Fuck, Calamity bugged one of the cubicle walls, punching his hoof through it. We moved on. The office is quiet except for the background music of Calamity rummaging through desks and filing cabinets. The air in here was clear, if musty and old. It felt like the pink cloud was all around us, eating at my friends. The corrosion seeping even into our friendships. No, it's been doing that for a while, I've noticed. We made our way through the floor without talking again, past the cubicle and the smaller offices until we reached a curving yellow hallway. On the inner curve was a simple wooden door, the frame around it covered in little birdhouses. Along with the bottom of the door was several smaller doors as if designed for little creatures to move in and out as they pleased. Along the outer curve were two pairs of stately, arched double doors made of polished mahogany. These too had a little animal door built into them. The far set was open, but all I could see of the room was part of the wall. The curve in the hall prevented me from seeing the far end, but I didn't need to. Just beyond the open doors was a sign mounted on the hallway ceiling, the glass plate reading, "Elevators." Still, backlit by a slightly flickering light. It's probably fine. I'd be willing to take chances with the elevator as long as the light's flickering. I think that's a good sign. I checked my that is if you can't find the stairs, of course. I checked my EFS for any signs of hostility, but the whole floor was dead. Nudging Calamity, I suggested, "Let's finish this up. I want to get out of here. You take that door." I motioned towards the small, peculiar inner door. "I'll take these." Calamity nickered unhappily, but flew ahead to the smaller door. I was wagering that an office designed to allow small animals was the less likely to have dangerous defenses. Not that I was expecting anything threatening from either room. The Ministry of Peace had been entirely, even eerily, peaceful. I watched as Calamity opened the door to the inner office. It wasn't even locked. I then shifted to the closest set of mahogany double doors. Inside was a meeting room dominated by a rich table crafted exquisitely from the same mahogany as the doors. Chairs were overturned, papers and folders were scattered. The opposite wall was dominated by a huge picture window that stared out over the pink-tainted ministry walk. The room held a single skeleton, that of a mare whose body dangled from the window. A forehoof melded into the glass. There were imperfections radiating away from her hoof, cracks in the window which had fused back together before the pressure outside could grow enough to blow the window in. A once beautiful saddle purse hung rotting from her bones, the bottom having torn away, dumping its contents on the floor. Dang, that is rough. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The room held a single skeleton, that of a mare whose body dangled from the window. A forehoof melded into the glass. There were imperfections radiating away from her hoof, cracks in the window which had fused back together before the pressure outside could grow enough to blow the window in. A once beautiful saddle purse hung rotting from her bones, the bottom having torn away, dumping its contents on the floor. Was that Fluttershy? My heart sank. I don't think that was Fluttershy. No way. My heart sank and not forming in my throat. I stepped closer, eyes fixed on the skeleton, only to run into this table. Somehow part of me was sure that it was Fluttershy, that she had... No, wait. I felt a flood of relief as I realized it wasn't the kind yellow Pegasus after all. It couldn't be. No wing bones, a horn. This was a unicorn. Probably a secretary or a nurse, possibly a caretaker of Fluttershy's animals while she was away, but not Fluttershy herself. As I walked around the table to get a closer look, I spied the far wall where a chalkboard hung between two monitors. The meeting room had been diagnosed of multimedia presentations amongst the strange diagrams. The chalkboard bore 4 words written in bold yellow chalk, save the first letter of each word was pink. Communally assured. Reciprocal existence. Care. The care system. The Care Bear approach. I felt weak. Oh, poor Fluttershy. I stumbled and sat in a chair. The chair promptly fell apart, dumping me onto the floor. Blinking, I found myself looking between the table's legs at the hind hooves of the dangling skeleton and the collection of rubbish that had fallen from her purse. Amongst the decayed garbage lay a statuette, still pristine, of a yellow Pegasus pony surrounded by birds and butterflies, a small family of chipmunks and a white rabbit. She was smiling at them sweetly from behind the curtain of her pink mane, a look of gentle caring in her eyes. I got up, walking closer until I could see. Be pleasant. The final of the Ministry Mayor's statuettes. I now had a full set, only I wasn't going to keep this one. I knew a unicorn who needed her more than I did. Besides, wouldn't it be wrong for corrupted kindness to be carrying around the statuette of the bearer of the element of kindness? Wouldn't I be dishonoring her somehow? So it was with every intention of giving the Fluttershy statuette to Velvet Remedy that I wrapped it in my magic, and everything changed. I felt a surge of magic, much like with the others, but this time it was accompanied by something more, something greater. As I lifted the Fluttershy statuette before me, I knew that I was going to keep her, not out of selfishness, not because it was something I wanted or felt I deserved. Let me guess, she's gonna get powers from having all of them together, aren't they? The statuettes wanted to be, there it is. The Ministry Mayors needed to be together. They were meant to be. Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Applejack. They were stronger when they were together. Better. Separating them had been the worst thing any pony could have done to them. Also, I'm pretty sure notice... well, no, that's not exactly right. Actually, that might be right. I'm pretty sure this is the order... well, obviously not the order. Technically, Applejack, I believe, was the first one they found, and it kind of went leftwards. But she listed all of them pretty much essentially in order from latest to oldest. They were stronger when they were together, better. Separating them had been the worst thing any pony could have done to them. I knew that, and now that I had brought them together, I knew I couldn't separate them again. Calamity dumped out the medical supplies he had found. I found Fluttershy's personal office, he told Velvet Remedy, and no, before you ask, she wasn't there, but she left us all this. Fluttershy the Nuke Maker. Fluttershy is Oppenheimer, everybody. Velvet Remedy's smile touched her eyes, making them sparkle. It was if Fluttershy herself had left the supplies we would need just for us. Cabinet weren't even locked, Calamity commented. Velvet began sorting through the medicine. Calamity had simply grabbed everything. I recognized super restoration potions and healing potions, enough to get us through the 3 canterlots with some to spare. Painkillers too. Most of the rest, however, were beyond my ken. Veterinary medicine, Velvet Remedy explained, dividing the pills for animals from the drugs for ponies. Then, she took a few of the former pile, for Pyrolite, just in case. Pyrolite gave an exaggerated hacking sound and then shot Velvet a challenging look. Oh, you'll take your medicine if I give it to you. Velvet shot back, eyes narrowing but smiling nonetheless. I have enough problem patience with these ponies. Fluttershy's office was more like an office for a doctor than the head of a whole bunch of the Equestrian government, Calamity mused. There was even an eye chart on the wall, but with nuts. He placed a hoof over one of his eyes, mimicking acorn, almond, walnut, cashew, peanut, another acorn. Velvet wrapped the healing potions in her magic and divided them amongst us. Keep these with you in a place like this. It makes no sense for only one pony to be carrying all the medical supplies. She then scooped the rest into her medical boxes, save for a selection that she had set aside for steel hooves. Turning to the outcast ranger, Velvet cautioned, now I'm going to give you what I can, including about half the painkillers. But Fluttershy didn't stock up on combat drugs, so I'm afraid you'll have to do without Buck and Dash. And whatever else you've been pumping into your body, she tisked. And we still need to find you a radiation pit as soon as we can, before you go tussling with anything too nasty. Steelhooves nickered but said nothing, letting Velvet Remedy access the medical dispensary in his armor. Calamity pulled out a few cans and boxes of food he had scavenged from a wall-mounted vendor. I felt a rumble in my gut and realized I was starving. 200-year-old snack cakes didn't sound too appetizing, but what Calamity put before us was all we had. We had left out provisions with Zenith and the starving zebras a glyph mark. Y'all will be thrilled to know that Fluttershy and her ministry were apparently all vegetarians too, Calamity quipped. Velvet Remedy shot him a look. Calamity, I can't believe that even after Arbu, you would still even think of eating meat. She pointed a hoof at me. Even Little Pip has learned better. Gee, thanks, I muttered. Nah, bro, I don't care. I'm gonna keep eating whatever the heck it is. I don't care what it is. Flesh is good. Cannibalism's still wrong, though. Just saying. But you can't just give up on something in general. They didn't know the difference. Calamity shrugs somebody who ain't never tasted bacon. Damn, I had to admit I was going to miss bacon. But after unwillingly eating another pony, I don't think I could stomach it. But you didn't know. Velvet neighed, eyes narrowing as she stepped towards the Pegasus, bringing them almost muzzle to muzzle. You know, sometimes I think the reason you didn't have as much trouble with those cannibals as we did is because you like meat, and you don't see eating ponies as very far removed from eating radhog. Calamity winning back, eyes narrowing in return. And sometimes I think the reason your stable folk get all uppity about eating meat is because you can't see it being more than a step away from eating ponies. So much for eating, I watched helplessly as the two lovers glared at each other. Ponies are supposed to be vegetarians. Eating meat is a perversion. Every time you do it, you let the wasteland win a little. Nonsense. It's survival, Calamity countered. Hell, even eating ponies is a victimless crime. After all, they're dead. They don't care. It's only when pony folks start killing other ponies like bastards and Arbu did that I reckon they've done anything wrong. More glowering. The air between them was so tense, I was waiting for something to explode, giving equal odds to them shooting each other or kissing. Finally, Velvet Remedy suggested in a low voice, let's say we back away and just go to the next building before one of us says something he will regret. I reckon y'all will say something y'all regret first. On the contrary... Enough, I shouted, unable to take the tension. I magically scooped up the uneaten food and dumped it into my saddlebags. Seriously, both of you, I stomped. To the next building, Calamity, you're with me in front. Velvet, you're in the back, I grumped. Floating up all our weapons and supplies. Goddesses, I can't take you two anywhere. Firelight landed on Steelhoof's battle saddle. I swear the bird was laughing. I would be laughing. They're insane. They're ignorant. They were halfway between the Ministry of Peace and the Ministry... I guess ideals are one thing and all that crud at the end of the day. Your beliefs and crud make you who you are, so it's whatever, I guess. Makes sense, I get it. We were halfway between the Ministry of Peace and the Ministry of Arcane Sciences when the Alicorn spotted us. She was standing on the roof of Twilight's ministry, staring down at the walk below. At first, I had mistaken her for a carved statue. The whole ministry building had a vaguely Alicorn motif. The knight on the ministry walk chessboard. The dark blue stone was probably meant to honor Luna. The wall that encompassed the base of the building was of smooth marble with silver inlays and embedded diamonds in the form of constellations, the sort of display that you would expect from a tastelessly ostentatious observatory or a really bad dress. Even with the red light on my EFS, I was legitimately surprised when what I thought was part of the architecture launched itself into the air and swooped down towards us, her magical shield flickering to life around her. Alright, peace. We're just reading. That's all. Kapow! Oh, I'm sorry. Crapow! I collapsed, clutching my ringing ears as the shot from Spitfire's thunder pierced the Alicorn shield and torn through her neck, splattering her blood against the inside of her shield behind her. Wow, that is interesting. Never thought about it like that. The shield flickered out as the Alicorn plowed into the ground at our hooves. Velvet Remedy moved to me, dipping her head to nip my barding, helping me back to my hooves. As soon as I was standing, she backed away, saying something, but I couldn't hear her over the ringing in my ears. Comprehending my blank expression, she pointed a hoof up to the field of ministry walk. I twisted, and my EFS compass filled with red lights. The shot had brought a lot of attention. Alicorns were beginning to look this way, a few of them already taking flight. Steelhooves galloped past us, ignoring the ministry buildings completely, firing missiles and rapid-fire grenades at the cluster of Alicorns. The field of ministry walk erupted in dirt, smoke, and flame. Kapow! Kapow! Crapow. Calamity fired Spitfire's thunder as the massive weapon would allow, taking aim at the shielded Alicorns, while Steelhooves dashed through the thick pink pool, tearing apart those too slow to react with a patented level of massive overkill. One of the Alicorns on the far side of the pink water reared up. I'll bring the head of the Pegasus to Nightseer myself. She launched into the air, her shield sparkling to life around her. You what now? Calamity asked indigently, his muzzle still biting down on Spitfire's thunder. Crapow! The shot passed through the heart of the flash of light where the Alicorn had been an eye blank before. At the same instant, the dark purple monster appeared in another flash right behind Calamity. I charged Velvet Remedy galloping beside me as I fired Little Macintosh, the bullets sparking as they ricocheted off the Alicorn shield. The Alicorn's horn glowed. I slid to a stop, gasping as I watched blood from the crashed Alicorn corpse beside me. Calamity flowed up, wrapped in the purple Alicorn's magic, and began to take shape. Calamity spun around, but the Alicorn was too close. The barrel of Spitfire's thunder was struck the shield, knocking it out of Calamity's teeth. Velvet Remedy skidded to a stop, pressing her glowing horn against the Alicorn's shield as she cast her anesthetic spell. The ball of light manifesting just inside the shield and striking the Alicorn. The Alicorn collapsed inside her shield, her body paralyzed, but her magic still unhindered. The blood from the dead Alicorn next to us solidified into a ruddy blade. What? The blood sword flew at Calamity. Dude, what? They know some blood magic? The blood sword flew at Calamity. He reared back, the blade slicing past him, leaving a shallow cut below his neck that wept blood. I could hear the whoosh of Steelhooves' rockets and continuous thunder of his grenade machine gun from the sound. He had switched to high explosive grenade in an effort to beat down an Alicorn shield. The blood sword circled around, diving for Calamity's face. My Pegasus friend clamped down on the bit of his battle saddle, firing. The sword burst as he shot it out of the air. Y'all run ahead, Calamity shouted. I've got this one. He kicked up Spitfire's thunder and snatched the muzzle bit in his mouth. The paralyzed Alicorn looked up at him from inside her shield, eyes widening. Krapow! Velvet Remedy urged me towards the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, then began galloping towards it herself. I quickly followed Calamity, covering our backs in Steel Hooves, while Steel Hooves seemed to have forgotten the rest of us completely. He was just being the mighty Alicorn hunter, steel-armored scourge of monsters in the Equestrian wasteland. I know, right? It's pretty cool. Calamity spun around us, 2 more shielded Alicorns dove out in the darkening pink sky. He lifted Spitfire's thunder, taking aim. Click. Crap. Calamity's eyes widened, deciding there was no time to reload. The Pegasus turned tail, flying after us. The 2 Alicorns swooped over the pool, their shields skimming the pink water. They swerved broadly around Steel Hooves, giving him a wide berth. The Steel Hooves tried to turn towards them, but he was far enough into Ministry's Walk's reflective pool that the watery pink sludge was impeding his movements. The Alicorns left him behind, chasing after Calamity. I heard multiple cracks of thunder, and the air lit up with bright flashes as several Alicorns fired bolts of lightning. Into the reflective pool, Steel Hooves let out a deep-throated scream as arcs of electricity, yep, that's the word, lashed over his armor, then collapsed into the water, vanishing beneath it. Damn it, I changed course, dropping our supplies behind me and running towards the water, dodging as I tried to make myself a difficult target. I searched for Steel Hooves with my EFS, but there was no light. Either he was dead again, or the super saturated pink water was impairing my Pitbuck's targeting spell. A wing of Alicorns took flight, soaring over the violently sundered corpses of several of their sisters. A 4th cast another lightning bolt, the flash momentarily blinding. I could feel heat and small ozone as the bolt ripped through the air less than a yard from my body. I reached the edge of the pool and jumped, wrapping myself in magic and telekinetically flying over the pool, swerving as much as I could while keeping my head down, looking for any chance of our fallen metal paladin. If I could just spot him, I could wrap him in a levitation field, and... My head exploded. That's it, that's the end of the story. My head exploded, that's it. No more. My horn feeling like it had cracked apart. Even as I screamed, I knew there was a broadcaster hidden in the water. I dropped all 4 hooves, splashing down into the thick pink sludge before I caught myself. My head was splitting open from the effort. My horn felt like it was trying to screw itself into my head. I was certain that the necromantic energies were somehow focusing on the source of my magic. I had to find the broadcaster and get rid of it. No, I had to go up. Get away. Somehow, I noticed awareness that the Alicorns were holding back. This was the same spot the others had veered around before. I had thought they were avoiding Steel Hooves, but even as I screamed in agony, I realized, be smart, that they had been avoiding the broadcaster. I could feel new agony, a terrible burning in my hooves and legs. My magic imploded as I dropped into the viscous pink pool with a splash. Now my whole body was burning. Then get out, silly. I clamped my muscle shot, thrashing involuntarily from the pain. If I drank it even a little, I was surely dead. I forced myself to focus past all the pain. I no longer wanted to get myself away from the pink pool or the broadcaster. I could no longer comprehend moving. Now, in utter desperation, I tried to get them away from me. With all concentration I could manage, I wrapped the entire pool in my magic and floated the water, the skeletons, everything that wasn't me, up as high and as fast as I could. The super-saturated pink water of the reflective pool flew into the air. I looked up, gasping as the pain in my horn and head receded. The burning faded, lingering most heavily around my right foreleg. I stood shaking violently, flinging the pink water off my body until I almost felt dry. Then I dared to open my eyes. The Alicorns had flown back away from me and the suddenly flying pool of water overhead. They stared and murmured to each other in voices I could best describe as concerned. I looked up in the last rays of twilight. I could see hundreds of small coins and bottle caps glistening along the bottom of the water. I could see skeletons floating in it, many of them fused together. I spotted Steel Hooves, his metal shod tail dangling down out of the liquid pink. I gingerly separated him from the liquid mass above me. I looked the way I had come. Calamity, Velvet Remedy, and Pyrelite were all staring with expressions trapped between screaming and cheering. I tried to gallop towards them taking steel hooves with me, but searing agony shot up my right foreleg and I fell onto my face. My body had been through too much. It didn't want to cooperate anymore. But even though the dull pounding in my head, I was able to focus enough to wrap myself in magic. The pain in my head spiked the throbbing jumping in order of magnitude, but I slowly pushed myself back towards the edge of the pool and my friends, steel hooves in tow, releasing more and more of the cloud-saturated waters I want. The pink, liquid pink, poured down like a curtain behind me. I felt myself starting to pass out. The effort of self-levitation was too taxing, and my body was screaming from abuse. Suddenly, I felt warm forelegs wrap around me. Calamity had flown out underneath the floating lake of pink and was taking me to safety. He soared over the edge of the pool just as my spell collapsed completely. I heard steel hooves drop onto the field with a metallic thump. Velvet turned and galloped towards him, her horn glowing. Calamity didn't stop, flying towards the entrance of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. "Hold on, Pip," he encouraged as he flew through the front doors. And was gone. I felt a moment of free fall. I think I even felt myself hit the floor. Then, blackness. The butterfly orb. The yellow carpeted floor raced under my feet. I could feel my nerves on edge. I found myself trapped in a small, utterly alien body as it darted between the hooves of scrambling, panicking ponies. A constant rumbling thunder filled the air, mingling with cries and shouts from the ponies I was scampering through as I raced down the aisles between a city of cubicles. A magenta pony spilled a shower of papers in front of me as she fled the room. One of the sheets slapped me in the face as I barreled through them. I made it through the offices and found myself charging down a huge curving hallway, my little heart pounding in my chest. I heard a mare screaming from beyond a set of mahogany double doors. The voice was filled with rage and tears. How could they? How could they do this? I dashed for the little door built into the bottom of the larger one. A little door just my size. They've ruined everything. They've killed everyone. The meeting room looked like it had been hit by a tornado, and it really had. A yellow and pink tornado in the form of Fluttershy. I burst into the room just in time to see her hurl a terminal through the glass of the seemingly gigantic picture window, shattering a large hole in it. The sound of impossible thunder amplified outside the window. I could see the sky shimmering and rippling with explosions as zebra missiles pounded against the princess's shield. Each impact brought a flash of fiery light splashing against the shield, the surface rippling outward like water around a dropped rock. Fluttershy stood on the table shaking, stomping, her face streamed with tears and contorted in rage. She looked around for something else to throw, something else to break. I gave them life and they weaponized it? Yeah, that'll happen. Nice one, Fluttershy. I knew this room. I had just been here. The window had already begun to repair itself, the shattered hole growing smaller as the spiderweb of cracks thinned and shrunk. Ministry magic. The building was alive. It healed. Also, anyone else ever wonder why the main six volunteered so many of their memories to the memory orbs? Like, almost every single one has numerous memory orbs. Like, out of everyone in the wasteland, it's like the only ones we found were from the ministry. Every little detail. That's not concerning at all, right? They're practically brain dead, I reckon. I leapt up onto a chair and from there onto the table, rushing to Fluttershy's side. The poor Pegasus sobbed horribly, trembling on the verge of collapse. I did this. This is all my fault. Indeed it is, Fluttershy. I reached Fluttershy, wrapping myself around her forehead, hugging her tight, trying to comfort her. Oh, she looked down at me and I felt my tears splash onto my forehead. Oh, Angel, what have I done? Every pony, all the helpless little critters, they're all going to die, and it's all my fault. Like I said, indeed it is, Fluttershy. Shouldn't have gave people nukes. I know it was intentionally meant for healing, but still. That just creates an infinite, like, feedback loop almost. Now that everyone has healing spells. Right? Fluttershy toppled onto the table, bearing her face wailing. Beyond her, I saw that faithful writing. Communally assured reciprocal existence. Care. I held Fluttershy, stroking her anxiously, trying to help, feeling terrible. She didn't deserve this. This wasn't her fault. Outside, the pounding thunder and violent light show continued. With a bang, the second set of mahogany doors at the front of the meeting room slammed open as the white unicorn burst into the room. Her gorgeous purple mane and tail looked frazzled, and a beautiful saddle purse hung next to the 3 diamonds of her cutie mark. Oh god, are Fluttershy and Rarity gonna be next to each other? Are they dead next to each other? Fluttershy, Rarity called out, looking around, spotting the crumpled weeping Pegasus. Oh god, goodness! Rarity trotted up hurriedly. Fluttershy, darling, we have to go. She prodded at the sobbing, broken Pegasus. We only have half an hour before they're supposed to steal up Stable 1. We need to get inside. I couldn't tell her that it was probably already too late. Leave me, Fluttershy whimpered. You go, Rarity. Save yourself. I deserve to die. You kind of do, honestly. It's all her fault at the end of the day. Little Miss Oppenheimer. I don't know why you gave nukes to the enemy. That doesn't make much sense. Like I said, I know they were meant to be used for healing and crud, but still. Not a smart play. Rubbish, Rarity put 4 hooves under Fluttershy's head, lifting the tear-streaked face. You deserve to live, probably more than the rest of us. I won't let you die here. Well, she created a nuke, I'm not sure. Rare? A tear dripped down one of Rarity's cheeks. I love you, Fluttershy. Yo, we got some Rarity, dude. And I'm not going to let you stay. Rarity smiled softly, but her voice brooked no argument. Now pull yourself up and come with me, or I'll drag you all the way with my teeth. I looked between Fluttershy and Rarity, one paw still petting the yellow Pegasus gently. Whoop. All 3 of us turned towards the window. It had almost repaired itself, the hole now the size of a baseball outside. The shield continued to fluctuate under the massive, fiery barrage. Then we saw a thick pink mist rolling over the city. Oh god, no, we're gonna find their dead bodies, aren't we? It consumed block after block, flooding down alleys and blowing over the tops of buildings. Rarity let out, god dude, it's literally like that one scene from Modern Warfare. It's all ogre, dude. It's all over. Well, maybe it didn't happen in Modern Warfare, but something definitely happened. Pink rolled over the Ministry of Arcane Technology, drowning it completely. I blinked, and the ministries on the opposite end of Ministry Walk were gone. Then the trees were gone. The pink cloud washed over the grassy park, the reflecting pool, and all the panicked, terrified ponies below. The wall of pink rushed at us. The park was gone. Rarity gasped again, this time spotting the hole in the window. She threw herself towards it. The trees were gone. Dude, no way. No way freaking that was Rarity in the window, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rarity slammed a 4-hoof over the hole. The wall of pink hit the Ministry of Peace. There was nothing outside the window anymore. The cracks that remained on the window began to warp and melt, fusing together. Rarity groaned in pain, but she held her hoof firm against the hole, not letting the cloud get in. Rare? Rarity's eyes opened wide. She gazed at the window, whispering with a low tone of comprehension, "This is necromantic." Rarity turned to Fluttershy, who was staring at the window in horror. Forget Stable 1, Fluttershy. I'm getting you to safety. With that, she focused her horn, glowing a flash of light burst around Fluttershy, and the yellow Pegasus was gone. I felt the worry and anger etch across my face. I scampered up to Rarity and kicked at her. Oh, Angel Buddy got screwed. Angel Buddy got stepped on, didn't he? that was the one Little Pip stepped on. Oh god, that would be freaking hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. Poor Angel Bunny got stepped on, I feel like. She looked, she looked down at me, her horn glowing again, and she opened her saddle purse. Don't worry, Angel, I've sent her someplace safe. I kicked at her impatiently. Ow, okay, I've sent her to Zikora's old hut in the Everfree Forest. Well, at least I got her very close to it. The zebras are attacking pony population centers. There are no ponies in that forest. so as the only place I am sure they will not attack. She smiled as she drew out a memory orb. Don't worry, Angel. I will send you to her. But first, I need to leave a message for Twilight. Let me guess, there wasn't enough time, huh? Rarity stared down at me. Twilight, darling, I've sent Fluttershy away, and if I can, I'll be going too. I don't want you teleporting around town looking for... Oh, this is bad, Rarity faltered. I could see even this small contact with the pink cloud was beginning to kill her. Don't look for us. Don't stay in canterlot, but there is... Oh, Rarity thudded against the window weakly. Her hoof would have dropped away, but it couldn't anymore. It had become part of the glass. Listen, Twilight, in my desk, in my office, there is a very special book. It's hidden in a secret compartment. You may have to tear the desk apart to get it, but... Don't worry. I won't mind. Twilight, it's a spell book, and... Rarity began to cough violently. And I believe that it has a spell that can be used to defeat this necromancy. You must get that book. Rarity leaned against the glass, her hoofs supporting her weight now. Still, she floated the memory orb close to me. I realized suddenly why she had been talking to me like I was Twilight Sparkle. My memory was going to be the message. Her horn glowed. Don't worry, Angel, this won't hurt. And as soon as I'm done, I'll send you to Never made it. Yikes. Little Pip, you stepped on a little rabbit. I groaned. My whole body hated me for still being alive. God, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm just gonna share this real quickly. I am listening to music, just a whole playlist of crud. That way I have the energy and ability to keep reading this with hopefully not feeling like I'm getting my soul sucked out of me. And as I read this little portion of it, the Attack on Titan Season 1 theme plays, bro. Like, are you freaking kidding me? Of all things that want to play, they make it sound as dramatic as that. God, bro. Oh, man. My whole body hated me for still being alive. My headache had reattached to the point where it was hard to think straight. My right foreleg itched horribly beneath the pit bug. Everything else just hurt. Honestly, she's definitely had a worse death. That is for dang sure. Her death was definitely not nice. I feel like, if anything, I feel like it wouldn't have killed her just that quickly, though. Then again, given it was the immediate effects and like day one of the incident in crud, I'm guessing it would be pretty bad. But I don't imagine her putting her hoof over the small hole on the wall, the glass, would cause her whole body to shut down. If anything, I feel like she should have had more time. Yeah, maybe her hoof may have melted a little bit to the door, glass, I'm sorry. But then again, I feel like she could also rip it off. It might hurt a lot, but I feel like she definitely could rip her hoof off of that glass once it healed. The glass, I mean. It was real big oof, for sure. Too much physical trauma in such a short a period of time. My body was crying out for me to stop. I lost count of how many times I had been shot, beaten, poisoned, wounds that would normally take weeks or months to heal. Instead, I drowned myself in potions of magical healing. Just like every Bethesda game where you just stuff your face full of potions mid-combat, or you just shove an entire buffet worth of food down your throat. Then you draw your sword out, ready to continue the fight. Wounds that would normally take weeks or months to heal. Instead, I drown myself and throw myself into the fray. Pain has become as much a companion for me as my friends. But these things, the broadcasters and the pink cloud, were so much worse. They tore me apart in ways a bullet never could, attacking everywhere at once, attacking my magic, attacking my brain. Even with potions of healing and restoration, I couldn't help but feel that deep and permanent damage was being done. I was going to live to a ripe old age. Honestly, with your little adventure into the wasteland as is, Little Pip, I highly doubt you're gonna make it to old age. In fact, I'm pretty sure all your exposure to the wild and life and everything out in the wasteland that you have been exposed to is going to cut it significantly in half. One day, everything I've been putting my body through would catch up to me and I would die young. That's what I'm saying. See, now Little Pip gets it. Little Pip's a little bit smart. Kinda. Sometimes. Part of me wanted to quit while I was ahead, but every part of me knew that I could never quit. Quitting was surrender. I couldn't even rest as much as I knew I should. Every day I rested was the day that others whom I could have saved would die. If I had rested even an extra hour, the young zebra would have been slain by those bloodwings. If I had rested an hour less, I would have been able to save his friends as well. Pain. I could handle as long as I was alive and still able to make a difference. I wondered if this was how Steelhooves felt. I'd saved him. He hadn't been moving, but I knew he couldn't be dead. The lightning may have rendered him unconscious or knocked his armor spell matrix offline. Either way, if I hadn't gone to him, the Alicorns would have. The broadcaster wouldn't have saved him, although it definitely brought him time. Dude, so true. Thank the goddesses I had at least managed to levitate the liquid pink sludge away before I had inhaled any of it. Thanks Celestia and Luna that I drunk healing potions minutes earlier and didn't fall into that pool with open wounds from those canterlot dragon hatchlings. I couldn't tell if I had been supremely lucky or supremely unlucky. And now that I thought of it, I'd come out of it with a new weapon against the Alicorns. Granted, one that was indiscriminately lethal, but it had to be possible to use the broadcasters to my advantage. But first, I needed to... Where the hell was I? Calamity? Velvet Remedy? I was alone. Steelhooves? Pyrolite? Completely alone. I was laying on a soft cushioned bed. I tried to sit up and thunderclap. Went off in a pounding head, knocking me back down and leaving tears in my eyes. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle, not remembering turning it off, and scanned the medical warnings. I needed to drink the super restoration potion, possibly several, and painkillers. I needed painkillers. I didn't have any. I didn't have anything. No weapons, no supplies. I vaguely remember dropping out weapons and supply packs when I went chasing after Steelhooves. I groaned at the thought of little Macintosh laying abandoned out in that field. I felt like I'd lost a friend. You kind of have, honestly. A little gun like that you've carried around ever since the beginning? Heck yeah. Hopefully Velvet Remedy grabbed everything before following us, but doing so would have been taxing for her. Limited telekinesis, and I couldn't imagine her prioritizing weapons when she had Steelhooves to care for. But I wasn't wearing my utility barding either, and I definitely didn't strip down before my unintentional swim. I felt truly naked as I realized I didn't even have my hacking tools. Looking around, I was in a library. No, an Athenium, and a big one. Bigger than Twilight Sparkle's Athenium in Tenpony Tower. I remember the recording that Homage had played for me, Rarity talking to Twilight. I've just heard my ministry is about to purge the Ponyville library of ideologically incompatible books. And I knew right away that you'd want to keep them for yourself. I know the Ministry of Magic on Ministry Walk has a much bigger library, but we can't get away with diverting these wagons to Canterlot now, can we? If only I can spare the time to just sit and read. Ah, you're awake. Good, you're finally awake. The voice startled me. It was Urban, the voice of a gentle stallion. You got caught trying to cross the border, right? Walked straight into that Imperial ambush. Same as us, and that thief over there. I quickly looked around, wincing as the pain in my head amplified from the sudden movement blurring my vision. Good morning, ma'am. Morning? Oh, goddesses, I've been asleep all night, and no pony had found me. This was unspeakably bad. Who are you? I asked the mysterious stranger. Where am I? Wordsworth at your service, ma'am. You are in Twilight Sparkle's Athenium, ma'am. I blinked away, tears turning my head more slowly as I began to mentally hone in on one of the sources of the voice. There he was. Or it, rather. A mechanical owl. A much fancier version of the one I'd seen following the merchant who had set up in the remains of Trixie's cottage. I remember fighting owls, similar to this one in the Ministry of Morale Hub in Manhattan, too. But this one looks more sophisticated and more lovingly crafted, down to the bronze filigree of feathers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's going pretty good so far. What are you? At least, this mechanical owl didn't seem hostile. Wordsmith, ma'am. Twilight Sparkle's junior assistant. How did it get here? Well, ma'am, the owl said, sounding embarrassed, when a mare and a stallion love each other or have made certain binding contracts. I interrupted quickly into the room. I mean, no pony in the back of my head was blinking. Certain binding contracts. God, dude, I imagine Yes Man just being that open about everything. This was Canterlot, home of royalty and nobility. You were teleported here, ma'am. Security protocols. The ministry is under lockdown. All visitors and staff are teleported to their proper areas, and intruders are remanded to secure containment area. What? Cells, he meant. The itching under my pit buck was driving me crazy. Further questions revealed that the lockdown had been running constantly since the environmental catastrophe over 200 years ago. Furthermore, all the teleportation zones were inside the ministry building, but Wordsworth couldn't tell me where any of the others had been sent. Neither could the owl give a satisfactory explanation of how I had raided teleportation into Twilight Sparkle's private library. I got the sense that the security system wasn't functioning quite the way it was supposed to. It had degraded under centuries of continuous operation. I was probably lucky I hadn't been teleported into a bookshelf or a wall. And what about my clothing? All foreign objects bearing trace amounts of toxins were teleported to sanitation. I really hope that didn't mean incineration. I would like them back, please. Certainly, ma'am, Wordsworth responded plaintively. Sanitation has been completed. They will be returned to the wardrobe immediately. Another fear shot through me. If this magical security system stripped me of my armor, then would it try to strip Steelhoof's armor off of him? Or would it recognize something melded to him as integral? That was assuming Velvet Remedy was able to get him to the safety of the ministry building. My mind conjured the alarming image of Velvet Remedy running into the ministry, levitating Steelhooves behind her, only to be teleported away, leaving Steelhooves helpless outside of the doorstep. If he was inside and still alive, for those definitions of alive that include canterlot ghouls, then he was separated like the rest of us. My friends could be anywhere in the building again. I remember that they had all night to try to find me. The fact they hadn't most likely meant they were in bad shape. I moaned and tried to sit up again. My EFS was still flashing health alerts at me. I lifted my pitbuck to check the automap, wishing all my friends wore pitbucks, so I could just locate their tags. Of course, that's exactly the problem that got me into this whole mess a month and a half ago, wasn't it? Uh-oh, they don't know. I looked at my foreleg and stopped breathing. I wasn't wearing my pitbuck anymore. Where the metal device should stop and my flesh should start, they didn't. Instead, they melded seamlessly into one another. I felt sick looking at it. I had been so casual to dismiss the possible danger before, but now that it had actually happened, I felt a sense of violation and loss that I couldn't explain. I wasn't me anymore. I dropped back onto the bed, curled up, and cried. Wordsworth, I whimpered several minutes later as I tried to fight back the hollow feeling in my heart. I need medical supplies. Any painkillers, healing, and restoration potions you can give me? You would not prefer to use the autonomous healing booth, ma'am? That was new. The what now? Okay, yes, where is the healing booth? Never again. Not again, the auto doc? I felt better physically than I had in weeks. Psychologically, I was shaken to the point of collapse. The healing booth was a solid metal tube, barely bigger than a pony. Stepping into it had been like stepping into my own coffin. The air had been stifling even before the doors slid closed behind me, plunging me into darkness. I had never felt the claustrophobic before. If anything, I was prone to sudden onsets of agoraphobia. But in the metal casket, in the absolute darkness, with the sounds that horrible thing made, and then I started to feel the magical energies probing me, watching obviously like some sort of slimy alien massage from an invisible and horrible creature. Never, ever again. Even though my body felt better, I knew I would have nightmares for weeks. I could already anticipate waking a cold sweat feeling the dream terror being trapped endlessly in that autonomous healing station. I had worked perfectly as it was supposed to, and yet manticores couldn't drag me back into one if it was the edge of death. I shuddered to imagine the horror of one of those things could inflict if it wasn't functioning properly, if it malfunctioned or suffered degradation from the cloud. I felt myself shiver. The walls were covered in soft velvety cloth, burgundy in color with sparkling accents that gave the hallway a rich, luxurious feel. Oil paintings hung the walls. I passed a spot where a large oval of darker cloth betrayed the removal of what had probably been a portrait. Ahead of me, the hallway ended at the door marked spell testing. Some pony had scrawled the words spell in a box on the door in what looked like dried blood from the end of the X. The blood streaked down to meet dark stain on the floor. Not a good sign, I muttered to myself. I was appropriately creeped out. As I approached, I could faintly hear the hissing sound coming from behind it. Like 100 dying snakes, I stopped, psyching myself up, taking deep breaths and opening the door from a distance with my magic. Through it, I could see another door at the far end of the laboratory. One more deep breath, and I broke into a run. Honestly, autodocs can't be that bad. The amount of crud they can treat is worth taking the obvious risk of whatever going into one. The amount of health benefits it is versus injecting a needle into you. I mean, you're sure to get more out of the autodoc than a little teensy potion in a bottle. Most of them don't malfunction really anyway. They just stop working or are destroyed completely. I galloped through the doorway and into the lab, my ears filling with the sounds of static. The headache that the healing station had rid me of returned with a passion, accompanied by a familiar pressure in my horn. I didn't have a firearm, no way to take out the speaker. I had to just get through the lab and out of its range before it could kill me. Blood began to tint my vision as I reached the opposite door. It was locked. I telekinetically fumbled at the lock, the pain in my horn escalating, the dead effect of the broadcaster tearing at my brain. I had spent nearly an hour in the healing station, and for the first time leaving Pony, I had actually felt healthy. I had been allowed to enjoy that sensation for less than 40 minutes. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, stepping out of the lab and outside of the speaker's kill zone. I panted, leaning against a railing, blinking away blood and tears. Then I looked down into a grand hall lined with sweeping staircases. Below me was a fountain similar to the one in Homage's foyer. Only the statue here was of two identical unicorn mares frolicking. On the walls to each side were oil paintings, including a royal portrait of a smiling green-coated unicorn mare with darker green mane. Hanging opposite was what appeared to be a same mare, only with the colors of her coat and mane swapped. Velvet, I called out. Calamity? Any pony home? My voice echoed in the stately and empty corridor. At the end of the grand hall, in the crux of multiple stairwells that spread out like butterfly wings, was a very important-looking high-arched set of double doors, flanked by unicorn busts. I was unsurprised that they were locked. I was very surprised when the moment I started to pick the locks, two magical energy turrets dropped down and started shooting at me. I was immediately thankful that my armored utility barding had been returned as I spun and dove over the railing of the nearest stairwell, catching myself with levitation as soon as I was behind cover. I suppose I could consider myself lucky that my barding hadn't been submerged into the pink pool long enough to fuse to my body, and that my hacking and repair tools had likewise not been fused together or otherwise wrapped into uselessness. Having my pipbuck melted into my arm was brutal enough. Blow I never wanted to take it off. So far, all the factions in here have proven to be complete scumbags to the highest degree, so I am undecided. Yeah, that would have made my relationship with Homage really difficult, my little pony teased. I shushed her, annoyed, and turned my focus to unlocking the door from safety. It was proving a tough lock, but I had faced one tougher already today. I saw a purple flash from above me and heard a cat crackle. The door had magical defenses beyond just the turrets. If I had been trying this with my trusty screwdriver and a bobby pin, I would be in bad state. Click, yes. I eased myself into the floor, turning my focus to the fountain. The glow of my magic washed over the pooled water. I lifted the water into the air, using it to shield me overhead. As I galloped back up the stairs, the magical energy turret spotted me and started to fire, each shot evaporating part of the shield in a puff of steam. By the time I got through the door, there was barely enough left to fill a wastebasket. I was so thankful there weren't more turrets waiting inside. Instead, I found myself in what I quickly deduced was the head researcher's office. Bookshelves, filing cabinets, tapestries, arcane spellwork tables. The room was laid out symmetrically around a carpet with an intricate star pattern of alternating colors. Two rather impressive desks faced each other with oil paintings of the same green ponies hung on the walls behind them. Not portraits this time, but full paintings which allowed me to see their matching cutie marks, spiraling magical sparks intertwined with each other. On each desk sat a terminal next to a glass placard with the name sealed inside. Made out of sparkling glitter. Gestalt and Mosaic. Trotting around the desks, I spotted a weapon display case, and several ammo boxes inside the display case was a magical plasma rifle and multi-gem magical energy shotgun. The latter reminded me of God's gun. It took me less than a minute to make them mine. I was tempted to run back upstairs and shoot the damn death speaker. I wasn't very good with magical energy weapons, but I was sure I could take out the stationary target at close range. Moving to Mosaic's terminal, I drew out my tools and began to hack into it. Mercifully, the pink saturated water that bound my pit buck to me did not seem to impair its functioning. Stabletech didn't fool around when they made pit bucks. The devices had a durability somewhere between steel hooves and a soul jar. But although I do have somewhat of an answer to that, though, but like in the canon games in Crud, Enclave and NCR are probably my favorite factions overall, even though the top one is a scumbag of the highest degree. But the NCR, on the other hand, bodies. Power. Manpower. Velvet, I asked as I pushed open the door I had just unlocked. The chamber inside was a pitch black, and my voice echoed off walls, both far and strange. Little Pip? A voice called back from the darkness, sounding weak and really. That's straight up a monster. That's something out of a grimdark in that hallway. A light flared, illuminated. Oh, it's Velvet Remedy. Velvet Remedy's horde. Then her eyes, mane and tail. Her charcoal coat seemed to blend into the void around her. Over here. I lit up my horn, guiding her to me. She got up shakily and trotted quickly towards me. Thank the goddesses, she whispered as she reached me, nuzzling my face. I was trapped in here for so long, alone, trapped. She'd said that twice. I didn't need explanation. My lovely songbird friend had dude, is that a doppelganger? However the meme of it is pronounced. Doppelganger? Gengar? I don't know. And once again found herself caged and alone. She was trembling. It's okay, Velvet. I'm sorry it took so long to find you. What happened? Where am I? Is Calamity okay? Is Pyrelite? What happened to Steelhooves? I had him right with me. I lifted a hoof to her muzzle, quieting the flood of questions, then wrapped her in an embrace. I wasn't surprised by how she folded into it. I was surprised how quickly she regained her composure, pushing away. God, you're so cool. You're so cool, Velvet. Thank you, little pet. But the others who are important now. Hugs solve everything, I guess. I nodded and began to fill her in. Thanks to the terminals of Mosaic and Gestalt, I had pretty good idea of where every pony was now. Velvet Remedy had been trapped in one of the mega spell casting chambers that filled this entire floor. Steelhoose was somewhere in the Arcane Technologies research labs 2 floors below us. Calamity was somewhere in the basement, which included a prisoner containment. Ministry security, high security storage, and encourageously the Ministry's kitchens. God, dude, Calamity is straight up a prisoner. Firelight had never been registered as entering the building. Either she never got inside or the security system had a phoenix-sized hole. Something had apparently gone seriously wrong in the basement. All the security systems had been rerouted to the terminals of Mosaic and Gestalt, and communications with the basement have been severed. The Unicorn twins had not only been the head researchers for the Ministry of Arcane Sciences in this hub, but for the Ministry as a whole it appeared they were regularly left in command of the Canterlot hub, particularly while Twilight Sparkle was away at the Ministry hub in Manhattan. As best I could tell, they weren't actually in the Ministry when the lockdown started, but I was able to lift it by issuing simulationist commands from both their terminals. Thank you again, telekinesis. As I finished telling Velvet Remedy what I knew, she looked at me curiously. Why didn't you have Wordsworth send you all of our equipment? It was a bug. I hate bugs. I just saw one. Pesky dang things. I hate it when they fly. The flying bugs, most annoying. As I finished telling Velvet Remedy, I already read that. I blinked and faced her because I'm not a clever pony. We had to find sanitation as well. Damn it, this just got worse and worse. Well, why don't we run up and ask him to before heading down further? Oh yeah, that would be easier, wouldn't it? I dropped everything I was floating except the 2 magical weapons and dashed into the lab. The static doom of several broadcasters ripping apart my head and driving spikes into my horn. It was a repeat of 3 floors above, only this time I had a magical shotgun. I spun looking around for speakers, radios of skeletons with broadcasters attached to the civilian model pitbucks. Peace. I have no clue. I fired at the pitbuck-clad foreleg of unicorn skeleton. The short-range multi-blast of magical energy turned bone and broadcaster to slag. One shot missed the table radio completely, hitting a chemistry set 3 tables over, causing an explosion of glass and colored steam. The second slagged the radio, killing its lethal output. Still static. One more, my vision was red. I could feel blood trickling down my ears. Grenades were going off inside my head. I spotted the second broadcaster and lifted the multi-gem magical shotgun, pulling the trigger. Nothing. The damn thing was recharging. In a panic, I fled to the far side of the lab. I pressed myself into a corner, breathing a sigh of relief as the vices crushing my horn and skull vanished. That last yard of space was outside the danger zone. I floated up the magical energy rifle, took careful aim, and fired, and continued to fire, reloading twice until I finally hit the little hecker. Safe now, I called out. Velvet Remedy entered the lab and began to search it as I slumped in the corner and waited for a headache to die down more. She was wearing her medical boxes again and started gathering supplies from the identical yellow medical boxes on one wall. So, I gasped, what exactly were you trying to do down in that auditorium? Velvet nickered. I already got this lecture from Calamity. She floated bottles and vials out of medical box, pausing as she lifted out a multi-tubed injector. Rage? Why would this be down here? Rage is a zebra-made combat drug. Not a lecture, Velvet. I want to understand. You scared the hell out of us. Calamity said that too, although louder. I hadn't been present for that particular argument. Calamity had flown ahead of me, rushing back to Velvet and Steelhooves after raiding Fluttershy's office. They had been given plenty of time to argue, too. I had been lost in thought, contemplating the Ministry mares, and had managed to get lost in the cubicles. Please, Velvet, I sighed, trying to keep my voice gentle even with the throbbing of my head. I floated out another painkiller syringe and gave myself the shot. Almost immediately, the throbbing dulled to an ignorable level. I worried that I was seriously risking addiction to painkiller. Well, you gotta use them. You need them in this world. You might as well get started now. You're gonna need them. As if to drive home the worry, Velvet Remedy floated a tin of Mentals out of the last medicine cabinet. opened it, flipped it upside down so the pills fell to the floor like a heavy snow, and then began stomping them to powder. She turned to me with an exasperated stare. Fluttershy was right there, little Pip. She had stood right at that spot, saying those very words, right on that stage. Fluttershy tried to stop the war, stop the bloodshed and horror that ended up ruining the entire country. Her voice hitched. The entire world. She turned away from me. You wouldn't understand. Oh, freaking Velvet, you little idiot, you little dummy, you little silly, stupid goober. Oh, Velvet, use your little teeny noggin. Oh, we can't tell her, though. She's innocent. Oh, our ignorant fool. Our little jester. Our comedian. The prankster overlord over here, Velvet, who is completely ignorant. Who's gonna break him the news? Yikes. Alpha Technologies, the sign claimed. The heavy metal doors slid back, revealing the most secure laboratories in the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. Steel hooves. Velvet Remedy and I dashed inside. Our friend was laying on a circular platform surrounded by a magical shield. At our entrance, he stood up. I think I even detected a whinny of relief. Velvet stopped just outside the shield, looking it over before asking him if he was okay. Clearly, the Alicorn's attack had knocked him unconscious after all, but he had regained it hours ago. 5.3 hours ago, according to Steelhooves, who had nothing better to do than watch the timekeeper on his visor's EFS count away. Even if his weapons could disable the shields, the explosions would have torn him apart in that confined space. Not even Steelhooves could survive dismemberment. God, dude, poor guy. I imagine this Steelhooves over here just watching his visor like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, how high can he count, you know? That's the real question. You ever think about how, like, if you ever try counting to, like, some ridiculously high number, you'll never succeed? If you, like, try to count, like, past 100, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like, just counting, normal counting, one number at a time, you'll never make it that far. You'll never make it to, like, anywhere 200, 300, or whatever. You just won't ever do it. I always thought that was interesting. I don't even do that. I don't even count like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, blah, blah. Never ever get anywhere past, like, you just don't have reason to. Weird, huh? Ever think of that? I found the terminal which controlled the magical field and began to trick my way through the security. Soon I was looking at the control system for the lab's several layers of security as well as the series of project reports. I turned off the field, smiling to Steelhooves. Welcome back, Velvet Remedy gave him a hug that I knew he couldn't feel but somehow made him look uncomfortable anyway. I've collected some more medicine for your dispensary, she chimed, and immediately he looked less uncomfortable. I chuckled and directed my attention to the terminal screen, perusing the reports, starting with those which had been subdivided into a category called Ghost. Report 347. Mosaic, or was it Gestalt, passed down a new project for Alpha today. Apparently, after 3 years of pure failure from the mayor's up in spellcrafting, the Ministry Mayor had given up the Ministry's efforts to reverse engineer Zebra invisibility magic into spell form. Given our success with the stealth bug, she passed the project on to us, requesting that we design a sustainable magical device capable of indefinite invisibility. Our own version of the Zebra's stealth cloak. The new project comes right on top of losing a member of the Alpha herd, although from what I understand, that may make things easier on us. Officially, all I know is that Beaker has been suspended without pay. Unofficially, word had leaked down that Beaker is under investigation for accepting contributions from some pony within the Ministry of Technology in exchange for hampering the development of magical energy weapons. Sounds to me like there's a pony or two in the building next door who is more concerned with iron shot firearms market dominance than what's best for all of good ponies of Equestria. Report 397. Another day, another pointless daily report that no pony ever reads. The shipment of drugs finally arrived from the Ministry of Morale, 3 weeks late, and accompanied by 2 of their pink suitcase ponies who insisted on monitoring how the restricted drugs were used. I hear there was some hard words between one of the magic twins and the Morale officials. You think after all the work we put in on the talismans for their ridiculous balloons, they'd be more cooperative. End result. Even though the shipment is actually in the building, we are going to have to wait at least 3 days while administration pushes through new paperwork before the drugs will be cleared and we can finally start the next round of tests on our prototype, Steel Ranger Medical Dispenser. Continued efforts in improving the design and duration of Stealth Buck seems to have hit a wall. The MG Stealth Buck 2 is the most advanced design we have ever managed, taking advantage of some recharging magical properties we have introduced into some of the newer lines of magical energy weapons, and possessing 4 times the duration of our original design. However, recharging takes hours, and the duration still falls far short of our goal marks. Gestalt, or was it Mosaic, visited Alpha today to review our progress. After explaining our difficulties, she suggested we pursue a new avenue of experimentation, a stealth suit which takes advantage of a multiple stealth buck array, while one stealth buck was providing invisibility. The others could be recharging. I passed her idea on it to the rest of the Alpha herd, and we've started some preliminary sketches. This looks promising. Report 444. Today is a good day to be in the Alpha Labs, or more precisely, to not be 2 floors above. Somehow, the mayor of the Ministry of Peace got wind of the source of megaspell ritual chambers the ponies and spellcrafting have been designed for such a soft-spoken and pleasant old girl. She's apparently a right terror when she gets angry, and there aren't enough bits in the Royal Treasury to make it worth facing an angry ministry mayor. After spending a month collaborating the new array, the Ghostmare suit is ready for its first live test, as well as the test turrets. I've brought Wonder into the office today. I figure if the Ghostmare suit can get by my cat, we have a winner. Twinkle and Daybreak have some particularly snippy with each other again today for no apparent reason. I suspect those 2 bucks are having an affair. If so, I hope they keep it quiet. Personally, I think they would make a cute couple, but we have fraternization rules for a reason, and the last thing I want is to lose one of them because the Magic Twins decide to put them on separate floors. Report 445. Wonder was a big hit in the office. Every member of Alpha Herd gathered around and utterly spoiled her with attention. A few are even insisted that I bring her back again. I'll run it past the Magic Twins. Maybe I can spin having a lab cat as it being good for morale. Sadly, the Ghostmare suit was not as impressive. Not only did the suit fail to pass the Wonder test, but we discovered that the array was draining power from all the stealth bucks while just one of them was running. The latter is technically a design problem, I'm sure of it. The former is more worrying. We ran 3 members of the herd through the test gauntlet, with just stealth bucks alone, and Wonder didn't catch any of them. Something in the suit, or maybe something in the array, is weakening the invisibility spell somehow. Fortunately, we have time to try to fix this before the next review. No pony is paying attention to us down here with that big mess upstairs. Apparently, Fluttershy went to Twilight Sparkle, and now the Magic Twins are cleaning house. I don't get the politics involved here, but I do get that 24 unicorns have been fired already, and this is just the first day. Another dozen have actually quit taking up an offer from the Ministry of Peace. I have even heard rumors that they might be planning to dismantle some of the chambers or redesign them for purely defensive spells like the Ministry of Peace is demanding. But I don't put any stock in that gossip. Equestria is going to disarm itself in the middle of the war, especially not after the Zebras successfully tested a megaspell of their own last week. Those stealth bucks are pretty cool, I'll give you credit there. That's true. But the Chinese stealth suit, though, that is where it's at. I have even heard rumors that they might be planning to dismantle some of the chambers or redesign them to have purely defensive spells like the Ministry of Peace is demanding. But I don't put any stock in that gossip. Equestria isn't going to disarm itself in the middle of a war, especially not after the zebras successfully tested a mega spell of their own last week. Report 489. Thanks to Wonder, we have finally gotten insight into one of the issues plaguing the Ghostmare suit project. Apparently, the magic of Zebra's stealth cloaks is also designed to mitigate sound and smell. During the development of the stealth buck, we had noticed the difference in the muffling effect between the Zebra's artifacts and our own devices. We had written this off as an acceptable loss. See? Confusion. Particularly since the cloak's original sound deadening effect was relatively minor to begin with. We had not, however, noticed the olfactory effect. This was apparently of greater concern to the zebras, possibly on account of the plethora of dangerous wildlife rumored to exist in their homeland. Further proof that the zebras are innately crazy. Could you imagine living in Equestria if it was full of roaming monsters? While the original Stealth Buck still retains at least a fraction of this effect, the MG Stealth Buck 2 does not, or more precisely does not after its first use. For reasons still a mystery to us, the element of the spell refuses to function after the Stealth Buck 2 recharges. Twinkle let something slip today about he and Daybreak getting a cat. I made a seemingly off-hoofed comment about cats having a tendency to reveal things that should be kept secret. I hope he got the hint. Report 512. The Ghostmare Suit project suffered another setback today. I'm amazed at how something so simple in concept can be so resistant to proper execution. I spent all last month solving the mutual depletion problem only to find that the new array can't pass the stress tests. The Ghostmare Suit isn't worth anything if it can't sustain invisibility after a 1-yard fall. A few of the other researchers in the Alpha Herd have begun referring to this as a project frustration. With other projects beginning to pile up, I'm going to have to take most of my ponies off of this one, down prioritizing it until things look a little more promising. Fortunately, Gestalda and Mosaic are out of Canterlot today, having an on-site meeting with Twilight Sparkle at a new facility out in Splendid Valley. Honestly, I breathe a little easier when they aren't around. I personally find the magic twins a little creepy, particularly the way they finish each other's sentences. Doesn't any pony else get the shivers when they do that? It's as if Mosaic and Gestal always know exactly what the other sister is thinking, like they are not so much as twins as one mare stuck in two bodies. That is kind of creepy, but, you know, it's also very cool. Okay, no more reading ghosts, goblins, and ghoulish figures on my break time. Report 550. Twilight Sparkle paid a surprise visit to the Alpha Lab today. To my dismay, she asked for an update at the Ghostmare Suit project. She had apparently hoped we were much further along and had wanted to bring in Rarity, the mayor of the Ministry of Image. What the hell? For a consultation on the suit's aesthetic design. Seriously? The suit's supposed to be invisible. Who the hell cares what it looks like? That's a good point, though. Who cares what it looks like if it's freaking invisible? Twilight Sparkle asked me to put up with the nuisance anyway, and gave Rarity our full attention and respect afterwards. Daybreak suggested Twilight Sparkle was looking for a way to cheer up her friend, saying something afterwards about Rarity having been a dressmaker. Honestly, I have no idea how dumping more work on some pony in that position, particularly if it is pointless work, could possibly cheer a pony up. On the other hoof, the idea that one of the ministry mares might be suffering wartime stress disorder is terrifying. So I told Daybreak to keep that opinion carefully under wraps. While Twilight Sparkle was clearly disappointed with our progress on that particular project, at least she was understanding, and she was considerably more pleased with our other projects, such as the multi-gem heavy infantry battle saddle. Alpha Labs has continued to show a great deal of success in other projects, so I don't think we'll face any serious repercussions. She did, however, ask if there was any pony I believed we could spare to join the spell crafting lab above us. Apparently they're researching something called a bypass spell, and have reached the point where they need a fresh mind. I told her I would get back to her on that. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a talk with Daybreak and Twinkle. I'd prefer to keep them keep both of them as they are excellent members of the herd. But if I'm going to end up losing one of them, I would rather it be done this way. I stopped skimming the reports. There were dozens more in Ghost alone and half a dozen other categories getting up. I looked around at the lab, opening locked storage containers and equipment lockers. Oh, Calamity would be sorry he was missing this. There was tools in here I couldn't even guess the purpose of. I checked to make sure Velvet was still busy with Steelhooves, reasoning that it wasn't sightseeing if I had to wait anyway, then levitated a duffel bag from under one of the tables, pulling it open and dumping out the empty cat carrier inside. I started skipping random tools and equipment into a duffel bag. Ready to go, little Pip? Velvet called out. Honestly, I'm just gonna say, I think they should all probably be dead by now. Being in this area alone should probably have killed them by now. This whole area cannot be healthy. Ready to go, little Pip? Velvet called out. Just 1 minute, I called back, cutting my, minus maybe Steelhooves. Steelhooves might be an exception. I called back, cutting my scavenging short, but there was still one storage container that I wanted to raid before we descend into the basement. The one where I had spotted the prototype Ghostmare suit, or at least parts of it. The project had clearly never been completed and was abandoned in the middle of a complete overhaul. Now, digging back through the container, I found something that was worth taking. One MG Stealth Buck Mark II. With a grunt, Steelhooves forced open the elevator doors, and the three of us looked down the dark shaft. Midway down, a field of blue energy cut horizontally across the shaft, blocking our way down. I sighed unsurprised. We tried the stairwell to the basement already, only to find a thick metal door and slid into place, cutting off access. The entire basement was locked down tight. The only way way in was to be teleported there by the ministry's building security, and I yet to find a way out. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It doesn't necessarily have to be machine guns, though. It could be any weapon. Look at the tables, Velvet whispered. They go right down through the shield. I nodded. I had figured that the shield had just closed around them, although it was a little surprising that they hadn't been severed. What are you thinking? Bypass spell, she responded. For the cables? For the cables? Oh, I already read that. For the whole elevator, she suggested. I know that's a long shot, but... Steelhooves nickered disbelievingly. You think they put a security barrier in the elevator shaft that the elevator could go through? I bit my lower lip and thought, actually, that's not as silly as it sounds. The elevator would be programmed to move to the bottom when the basement was locked down. But they wouldn't want to trap any ponies, so they set the barrier to allow the elevator through. That way, the barrier can activate instantly while the elevator has time to deposit any passengers on the floors above. I was talking out of my tail, sigh, but it made at least some sense. Once the elevator reaches the bottom, power's cut to the whole system and the elevator is locked into position. So what good does that do us? Steelhooves asked. Velvet almost purred. They weren't planning on Little Pip. Now were they? I knew what she was getting at. Levitate the elevator up to us, get on, and go down. Only one problem. I need schematics of the elevator's mechanical system, I told them. Velvet looked at me oddly. Why? The locking mechanism is at the bottom where I can't see it. She continued to look at me blankly. I sighed. Look, I need to know what I'm doing before I can do it. I looked at them. Of course they didn't understand. Steelhooves had no clue about magic at all, and Velvet Remedy's levitation magic was comparatively foolish. That's what I'm saying. A loser, compared to Little Pip's telekinesis. It's the same reason I can telekinetically fire a gun or pour the power supply from a turret even if I can't see it. But I can't use my magic to squeeze some pony's heart or build a rifle while blindfolded. If I can't see what I'm doing, I need to be able to picture it in my mind with a fair amount of accuracy or the magic won't manifest, I explained, hoping I didn't sound patronizing. I at least need a place to start if I have any chance of doing this like the star spawn until Pyrolite set part of it on fire. I didn't have any place to begin. In this case, since I have no idea what kind of locking mechanism I might be not seeing, I need the schematics. Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves both nodded. Want schematics for the elevator? Coming right up. Oh, goddesses, Velvet Remedy whimpered. Little Pip. I was studying the elevator schematics Steelhooves had found on my pit buck. Velvet had been watching me, and I realized what she had just seen. I looked at her, then looked away and nodded. I didn't have anything to say. Steelhooves whinnied. I put on a hoof, signaling for him to say nothing. I didn't know if his words would be an "I told you so" or a guilt-laden apology, but I didn't think I could handle either. I had saved him. It had cost me a bit of my poniness. What was done was done. I couldn't say I didn't regret it, but I could say I would do it again, even knowing the outcome. Really, I said, feeling a hitch in my throat. It's not that bad. I hardly notice the itch anymore. I shifted my attention to the shaft in the elevator below. I focused, reaching out, attempting to manifest my magic on the far side of the shield. This was a bit of a new trick, but there was no reason it shouldn't work. Honestly, of all things to get stuck to, having a portable computer, probably not the worst. No reason it shouldn't work. I remember the super Alicorn from the Philadelphia crater, whose shield was so powerful she couldn't manifest magic through it. This shield was nothing compared to that one. I thought of Velvet Remedy casting her anesthetic spell inside the Alicorn shield. I could do this. I was satisfied to see the glow of my magic surround the elevator car. I focused on the thick yet simple clamps beneath, rotating the screws that had held them together until I heard them fall apart. Concentrating, I slowly lifted the elevator car upwards, pulling it towards the energy shield. I held my breath as the tops of the car reached the field of blue light. Moment of truth. Was Velvet right? The car continued to lift, gliding through the field as if it was nothing but a flim of water. I exhaled gratefully. In moments, it was hovering in front of us. I pushed the car clattering gate open. Fillies and gentle-colts, I announced with a sweeping bow. Your chariot awaits. Smooth. As I floated the elevator car down towards the basement, Velvet Remedy and I rode alone. The three of us had barely gotten into the elevator when we realized the problem. With Steelhooves' extra bulk, there was barely enough room for the three of us. Bro's calling Steelhooves thick. There was no way he would be able to fit Calamity in, too, or maneuver, as Steelhooves pointed out, if there was a turret waiting for us at the bottom. Instead, we had left our Steel Ranger outcast standing guard over Calamity's packs, the duffel bag, and most of our weapons. Calamity would just have to wait to put on his battle saddle again. Alright, peace. I tapped the four hooves together attentively. I stared at the floor of the elevator. Finally, I asked Velvet, a little Macintosh? Velvet Remedy hissed, wrong question. I was startled by the vehemence in her voice. You should have asked about Pyrolite. Oh, I felt a twinge of guilt. Pyrolite's not in the building according to the security system. She never got trapped in. I stopped feeling a sinking sensation that chilled my heart and stole my breath. The elevator car stopped moving with the jolt as my eyes widened. If Pyrolite never made it inside, that meant she was still out in that pink. A whole night in the cloud meant death. Nah, they'll probably be fine. I asked her to get our things as I brought Steelhooves inside, Velvet said morosely. But I got magically thrown in that prison, that chamber, before I could prop the door open for her. Velvet looked at me with a heartbreaking expression. I have to imagine she gathered little Macintosh and all your precious weapons. I hoarded them someplace, then sat outside and waited for me. I cringed, a whimper strangling in my throat, but Velvet shook her head. Okay, I have to change this song playing. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And I notice it's been eerily quiet over there, too. Yep, I know. You said it many times. Powerline on the building corner security system and death. I asked her to get our things as I brought Steelhooves inside. Velvet said morosely, but I got magically thrown in that prison, that chamber, before I could prop the door open for her. Velvet looked at me with a heartbreaking expression. I have to imagine she gathered little Macintosh and all your precious weapons, hoarded them someplace, then sat outside and waited for me. I cringed, a whimper strangling in my throat. The Velvet shook her head. Pyrolight's a smart bird. She's a survivor. I have to believe that she wouldn't wait too long, that she'd fly out of the cloud, out of Canterlot, maybe all the way back to Glyphmark and Zenith. She turned away, but I saw the drops fall from her, making damp spots on the floor as long as the pink cloud didn't get worse too quickly. As long as she wasn't taken by surprise, I have to believe that. Speaking with confidence I didn't really have, I assured her that she was right. I started the elevator downward again. Tell me where it is, the mayor's voice called out, grating across my brain. My ears dropped, popped, clank. No, the Trixie-like second voice echoed in my head. The air shimmered around us, my lungs fought for breath. Clink, clank, unchain us, your goddess demands it. Velvet Remedy and I slithered across the tiled basement floor, pushing aside toppled boxes of grain and shattered plates, dropping kitchen knives and leaking packages of flour. At first, we had crouched to be stealthy, but now we did it just to breathe. No, if I unchain us, you'll kill us both. You are trying to kill me already. Better we both should perish. Clink, clank, clink. I coughed my abused lungs, struggling for air. The sound was high and tight, like a pony's cough at all, and that worried me. I coughed again, and Velvet Remedy did the same. Her cough's more like a newborn squeak toy than any noise she could come from Velvet's throat. We both froze, ears perking and swivering, as we prayed the kitchen's other occupants hadn't heard us. We must throw the party. Our goddess demands it. The Alicorn hadn't heard us. She was too busy arguing with, as far as I could tell, herself. I reached the end of the counter and peeked around it cautiously. The forest green Alicorn was wrapped in heavy chain. Is this gestalt or mosaic? That bound her to a thick set of pipes in the ceiling. She stood there looking more around, frantically searching for something. A frightened but intelligent look in her eyes. Suddenly, her demeanor changed, her eyes locking forward with a glare, and her face contorting in rage. She lunged, throwing herself against the chains that bound her. Clank, clank, clink. I am your goddess, the Trixie-like voice raged. It wasn't the actual voice of the goddess, but some strange, pale imitation that echoed through my head. I realized her mouth wasn't moving. Everything I was hearing was in my head. All of it. Oh, what do we got going on here? What's interesting? But how was that possible? The pink cloud hindered the Alicorn's telepathy. I was sure of it. It cut them off from their goddess, allowing them to regain some of their individuality again. But what's concerning me, though, is that, who chained up a Alicorn? One of the false ones. Who had the ability to do that in this place? Granted, while the kitchen were full of some sort of gas, it wasn't pink cloud, but there was a pink cloud all around this building. Even as I thought that, my eyes drifted to the Alicorn's flank and caught there. The Alicorn had a cutie mark. It looked odd, like maybe a mist of stars, but I couldn't be sure. The mere fact that the Alicorn had one at all shook my conceptions. A mist of stars? Might be honest, all shook my conceptions. The Alicorn's flanks quivered with effort as she lunged. Again, the chains pulling taut, holding her back. I followed her gaze. It looked like she was trying to get to the ovens. I helped you. I was there for you when she was silent. I whispered to you when you couldn't bear the silence in your head. I cuddled you. Me, not her. The not Trixie voice ranted. And you betray me. I will kill you for that. Without the goddess, I had surmised that the Alicorns were cut off from their collective pool of magic. That they were left with just the inherent magics, the Alicorn shields, and maybe a spell or two. I had to revise that theory. Or not. Purple Alicorns teleport. Blue ones turn invisible. The green ones do that weird statue thing. But what if that was part of a broader gift? The green Alicorns were the telepaths. Even cut off from the goddess, they still had their gift. If anything, the goddess probably borrowed that magical talent from them. Oh, so they're like conduits, pretty much. They're like little hive lords. You got the big boss, which is the Trixie mind, and then you got these little dudes who pretty much act out as little conduits of the The influence. The goddesses probably borrowed the magic of talent from others. I felt Velvet Remedy slide past me, slipping ahead. I looked back at the Alicorn. This was our mission. The original voice was back. The Alicorn stopped struggling and resumed her search. I froze again as she looked right past me and missed me. Dude, that's gotta be really freaky. The Alicorn was showing Raider tier obliviousness. We are so close. I will not fail now. I watched her muzzle, but her mouth never moved. The whole argument was taking place in her head, and by extension, in ours. That is so weird. Then I saw something that rocked me. The Alicorn's cutie mark had faded away, reminding me of a filly in my class back in Stable 2 who tried to have her father conjure up her cutie mark early using magic. Each time a new mark would appear, only to fade away, just like this. This is really weird and cool. Only the Alicorn's cutie mark didn't just fade away. A cutie mark of a flask with bubbling green liquid replaced it. The Alicorn's new cutie mark struck a chord of deja vu. I'd seen it before. A moment later, the Alicorn's demeanor changed again, and as I watched, the bubbling flask cutie mark faded and the starry mist resumed its place. Why? Why go back to her? I'm better. I'm here only for you. Always. Clank, clank, clink, clink, clank, clink. I began to crawl away, shaken and a little freaked by what I had seen. Your cutie mark is an integral part of you, a symbol of your special talent. How could it change like that? Even when you were depressed, even when you were at your worst, you were still you. Your cutie mark never abandoned you. And I'm better at magic, too, she said. It couldn't be done. No small rodents of any kind, she said. But I did it. I'm the one who found the spell. I'm the one who cast it while you whimpered in a corner. Calamity was curled up in a far corner of a small cell behind both a magical shield and a locked gate. I had held my breath while I hacked the security terminal that dropped the shield. At even a yard up, the air became impossible to breathe. Cracking the computer took me several tries. It was difficult to concentrate, especially with Alicorn's telepathic argument being broadcast non-stop into my head. The moment the shield vanished, Velvet and I scrambled on our bellies to this cell. Velvet reached her hooves between the bars, touching them to his slid clothes. Don't, he squeaked, seeing me eye the lock. I froze, not from warning, but the high-pitched, squeaky voice that had come out of his muzzle. Hydrogen, he squeaked ward. The air is full of it. One spark from your gun or your horn and we are all roast. It was like listening to a small woodland creature, only cuter and sillier. I snorted, trying to hold in a laugh. I tried to distract myself from the seriousness of the situation. You'd think the terminal entry had said, after all the work we put into talismans for their ridiculous balloons, they'd be more cooperative. The Ministry of Magic had created hydrogen talismans for the Ministry of Morale. They were probably one in high security storage down here, but it had been activated. Dude, that's hilarious. But if I couldn't use magic weapons, how was I going to get Calamity's cell open? Better figure out something fast, little Pip! The woodland critic voice coming from Calamity insisted. This place is gonna become unbreathable, give it another hour. I reckon the only reason it took this long is because this place is huge. I covered my muzzle with both forearms, tears in my eyes. I can't mention of there being a hangar down here, he added squeakily. That did it. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Despite my difficulty breathing, I found myself laughing so hard I was rolling on the floor. The high-pitched sounds of my own laughter just made me guffaw harder. Yeah, yuck it up. Why don't you? Calamity glowered at me, and now even Velvet was laughing. But would one of y'all kindly give me the damn key out of here? Before that Alicorn drives me crazy? He was hilarious. I stopped to hoof at the floor, dying. Sing something first, Velvet Remedy suggested, her own voice even higher, Calamity snorted. I can technically do higher tones, but there's a time and a place. I can go higher than that. Thank y'all, Calamity says he slipped something pink into his pack. I blinked, realizing he'd managed to pilfer something even under these conditions. Wait. Now let's get out of here before that crazy lady downstairs manages to blow this building up to the Enclave, Calamity suggested urgently as he shrugged on his battle saddle, his voice almost back to normal. That's a bummer. Velvet Remedy looked fretfully back at the empty elevator shaft. I wish I had a way to help her, she said softly. What? Help the crazy Alicorn? Why? Velvet Remedy gave Calamity a stern look. She's obviously suffering. Can you imagine having someone in your head as a constant companion for lifetimes, and then suddenly losing her? I saw her cutie marks. Marks? Calamity asked, as in plural? Velvet nodded. One of them was from one of the ponies on those videos the goddess showed us. I believe that Alicorn was one of the first. She had the goddess in her mind for centuries. Velvet looked back to the elevator again, then to come here and suddenly lose it? I'm not surprised she was traumatized. I'm surprised more aren't. Calamity raised his eyebrows. So the pink cloud is making Alicorns insane. That settles it. We need to go to the castle. What? I'll explain later. Let's get out of here. Within minutes, we were galloping through the lobby. Panting, I stopped and looked out at the wall of pink cloud. It wasn't lethally thick yet. Not like the places where it pooled, but it was bad enough to filter out most of the light. It was past dawn, and it looked like it was past dusk. Was there anything you could have said, maybe? I wondered, seeing how distraught Velvet was beginning to look. Firelight was nowhere in sight, which was a good thing, realistically, but it had to be feeding her distress. The pretty unicorn mare shook her head, her white mane with its colored stripes whipping about. No, little bit. The only way to help the poor thing now is with... Oh, hold on. You can't... Okay, hold on. No, little bit, the only way to help the poor thing is with years of therapy, she said, looking at me sadly. You can't heal true psychological trauma with a super restoration potion or with the quick conversation of pretty words and psychobabble. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Oh, is it just that quiet? Might just be that quiet. That's so much better. Okay, I was right, Calamity announced. I hate to say I told you so. Nah, after that singing bit, I'm downright happy to say I told you so. He landed at the front doors of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences and stared at us. So, I told you so. Told us what? Velvet asked politely as we trotted up to him. What singing? Steelhooves questioned. I found myself snickering again. Calamity Nick and rolling his eyes. The zebra's mega spell is still going. Sorta. Calamity snickering. Where is it? Oh, I stopped snickering. Where is it? What do you mean, sort of? Velvet questioned. We should leave this building, Steelhooves reminded us. Calamity nodded him. Right, I'll tell you when we get to next door. It was morning. We'd lost a good chunk of a day, and the pink cloud was going to be thick enough that we wanted to take the rest of the journey in small bites. Next door in the Ministry of Technology, then across to the Ministry of Image. Finally, from there to the Ministry of Awesome. Hopefully the rest of the Ministry buildings would be more like the Ministry of Peace than this one. I actually have a thing of helium, but I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. We opened the door and charged into the pink cloud. The distance we had to cross was less than a city block. I was sure we could make it easily. No distractions. And it's hilarious, by the way. It's freaking fun. I know it's a commodity pretty much these days, but still. Look, Velvet shouted, pointing to one of the garbage bins alongside the building. There was a smear on it that looked like a flame. I groaned inwardly, rolling my eyes and trotted over to it. Calamity was faster, and and already had it open by the time I got there. Inside were our weapons and gear. Firelight had stashed them in the bin and marked it with bird shit. Not wanting to risk leaving anything behind, I floated the contents of the garbage bin out and carried it with us. Refuse and all. How kind, Firelight, to mark it so we could find it. That's a team player right there. Yeah, it's over there. The Alicorns were on us, their shields up before we made it halfway. Steel hooves turned and opened fire, but Spitfire's thunder was somewhere in a mass of rotten rubbish floating behind me. And none of the weapons we had at the ready could penetrate those shields. So we ran, panting, galloping for the doors of the Ministry of Technology as fast as we could. The doors were glass. The entire front facade of the Ministry was glass. A matrix of clear panes that rose 3 stories high. The rest of the building had an elegant simplicity. Stately, functional, with an almost masculine grace, the king on the chessboard. I already hoped the glass was enforced somehow. Otherwise, the Alicorns would just plow through it. The steps up to the Ministry building were piled with skeletons of long-dead ponies. I raced by a unicorn stallion whose hooves had sunken into the concrete steps and jumped the body of a younger mare whose bones had taken on the pattern of the dress she had been wearing on the day of the pink cloud. I noticed the jumble of skeletons blanketing the marble floor inside the Ministry's grand foyer as well, but I didn't think anything of it until I telekinetically pulled open the glass doors and charged into a flood of static. I screamed as fresh but familiar agony skewered the brain. I stumbled and turned towards the exit, only to see my friends race into the room, and all but Steel Hooves got slammed to the first. Got just slammed into the floor, I guess. Outside, the Alicorns landed, closing the doors, and stood there, holding them closer with their shields. We have been herded into a trap. It's a trap! It's a trap! I looked around, dropping the garbage I was carrying onto the skeletons of several dead ponies as I frantically searched. I almost immediately spotted 3, and before I could focus enough to pull up a weapon, I'd spotted 2 more. There are dozens, Velvet Remedy squealed, clutching her head, blood running out of her eyes and ears. Lashing out with my magic, I tried to wrap all the skeletons, intended to toss the whole contents of the room up into one of the mezzanines above. Excruciating torture ripped through my horn, blackening my vision. Somewhere I heard a voice shouting, "Shut them down!" Then for the second time in a half a day, I passed out. Ooh, the star orb, ooh! Technically, I think this is the middle point of the story. I'm not sure, like, if we think about it now, we've been here already for 3 hours. If pace is consistent, it would probably be at least another 3 more hours. 3.5 hours to get through this. So for now, I'm going to keep going. But I don't want to promise that we will finish this whole chapter in one sitting, because otherwise we would be here for 6.5 hours. And the max I'll draw the line is a school day. So we'll see. We'll see how much more of this we do. I was locked into what seemed like the longest, most boring memory ever. My host was skimming over sheets of paperwork, non-disclosure contracts, agreements onto drug and loyalty testing, acceptance of possible mandatory relocation, and so on. Each sheet bore an emblem of a large star ringed by smaller ones and circumscribed by a horn and wings. Each had the header of an official Ministry of Arcane Technology agreement. My host was either a speedy reader, or she wasn't really reading that closely. Occasionally she would look up, glancing sheepishly at the bored mare sitting behind her desk, or watching the door beside the desk. The first time she did so, I realized I knew where we were by the fanciful design of the door and the ornate lighting. This was 10 Pony Tower. My host never looked up long through before returning to the clipboard filled with paperwork. Every so often, she would levitate a quill, dipping it in the ink, and sign her name. Trixie. We looked up, Trixie and I, when the door opened and a smiling Twilight Sparkle stepped out. Trixie, I'm very happy you can make it. I wouldn't have missed this opportunity. We quickly signed the last page and floated the clipboard to the mare at the desk, who was now sitting at the sort of alert attention that only comes from ponies who were slacking just before the boss walked in. Thus, so far, I'm doing pretty good. I think because I've been going slower and not as intenseful, it's a lot more manageable. Or it's just one of those good days, I guess. Please come in, Twilight said, standing aside slowly, almost humbly. Trixie stepped through the doorway. Inside was a nice office, not ostentatious in the slightest, mostly filled with shelves holding books and various knickknacks of magical or personal importance. As Trixie's eyes wandered over the room, I spotted a jar with several delicate purple-spotted lavender shards floating in preserving liquid. The jar was labeled Spike's Egg. Okay, I'm listening. Twilight Sparkle walked in behind us, closing the door, and moved around to sit at her desk. She looked over her desk with a slight frown and, apparently deciding it seemed too formal, walked back around the slight desk and sat on a floor cushion, offering another to Trixie. Thank you. Miss Sparkle, Trixie began. I could feel her nervousness. Oh, please call me Twilight, she beamed. So tell me, been working on any new tricks lately? I felt my host stammer a moment, then drew herself up, breathing deeply with a prideful voice. She boasted, why yes, in fact, just the other day, I invented an invisibility spell. Would you like to see? Twilight Sparkle blinked. You invented an invisibility spell. Indeed. Have you ever known another unicorn who could do this? I felt the surge of magic as my host cast her spell. Twilight Sparkle gasped. You, Trixie, you're actually invisible. Twilight reached out, prodding us with a hoof, making sure we were actually still there and hadn't teleported away. That's amazing. I felt the spell ebb then collapse. It clearly wasn't long lasting. Still, Trixie sat up, smiling broadly. See, am I not still the great and powerful Trixie? Twilight gazed at her as seconds ticked by. I could feel sweat bead on my host's forehead. And you invented this spell yourself? Why, yes, all at once, Trixie seemed to deflate. No, she stood at the floor, scuffing it with her hoof. I mean, yes, I created the spell, but only after I got ahead of one of those new stealth bucks and figured out how to cast the magic myself. Twilight's expression softened. Thank you for being honest with me. Trixie nodded. I'll see myself out. No, Twilight said swiftly. No, it's all right. I'm still really impressed. Those stealth bucks were created by my ministry. Trixie winced, and we reverse engineered them from the zebra magic, but none of my unicorns have been able to recreate it in spell form. I have a whole division in Canterlot who have spent years trying to do what you just did and failing. Trixie looked up again, surprised. I felt a burning in her eyes. She was holding back tears. What you have done is incredible. You should be proud. And don't be nervous. You've already got the job. Twilight Sparkle smiled. That is, if you still want it. I hope all that out there didn't put you off. Oh no, not at all, Trixie said hurriedly. I really want to work for the ministry. Your ministry. Then in a softer voice, and I need this job. Oh dear, Twilight's eyes widened. Trixie, what happened? Well, you know, she sighed. Things did not go well for me after Ponyville. I've lost my home. Word spread about how you defeated the Ursa Minor and how she shook her head. I was a laughingstock. Only I was too proud and blind to see it. My show's starting bringing jeers instead of cheers. And they stopped bringing any pony at all. Money ran out. No pony would hire the great and powerful Trixie. I had to take unpleasant jobs. Trixie looked aside. Things actually got better for me when the war started. Ponies stopped caring about my reputation. It was long enough ago, and they had other things to hate. Oh, Trixie, I never knew. Trixie looked into Twilight's concerned expression, then hit the floor. Honestly, I'm surprised you want me here. Twilight smiled. Well, I remember you as a skilled and talented unicorn with an impressive repertoire of spells, and I'm happy to have you with us. I have a new project and I need volunteers, she paused. There is one thing. You will have to allow us to record one of your memories. Trixie's eyes widened. You want to see my memories? Twilight Sparkle shook her head. Just one of them. And the memory of this meeting will do just fine. Trixie looked askance. This one? Well, that's not so bad then, but why? This war, Twilight Sparkle explained, will be won by the side with superior magic. We're working on a potion that will transform a normal pony into, she paused and spit it out, into an alicorn. Trixie gasped. And no, I'm not joking. We're ready to test it, and I wanted to ask you to be the first. Twilight Sparkle looked nervous. She understood the gravity of what she was asking of my host, even if Trixie really did not. An alicorn? You mean like Princess Celestia? And Princess Luna, yes. Twilight's tone was very serious. This is transformation magic of the highest order. We need a memory of yours for comparison, before and after. We don't think that being changed into an alicorn will affect your psyche, but we can't be sure. With that, she put a gentle hoof on Trixie. We've taken every precaution. I wouldn't ask any pony to do this if I wasn't absolutely sure it would work and that it would be safe. But still, I know it's asking a lot. Too much. This potion would change who you are. What you are. Trixie gulped. If you don't want to do this, you can back out at any time. Twilight Sparkle smiled. And I promise you'll still have a job with the ministry. I'll make sure of it. Trixie was silent for a long time. I could feel a tremor pass through her, but then slowly and softly she said, I'll do it. I don't mind being changed. I'm not the greatest fan of who I am anymore. Haven't been for a long time. Maybe this way I'll actually be able to be who I thought I was. Twilight Sparkle's eyes danced with joy. Then welcome to the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, Trixie. If you don't mind, I'd like to get started right away. Trixie Sparkle stood up, abruptly moving towards the door. Are you free for the rest of the weekend? I'd like you to come out to Maripony with me. I've got a couple ponies who I really want you to meet. She allowed a little squeak. Oh, I can't wait to see their faces when you turn invisible. Bro, I'm geeking. I'm loving it. Who? Trixie asked as my host got up trotting after her. Twilight turned back with a smile. Gestalt and Mosaic. They're in my head researcher twins. And some of the most amazing spellcasters you'll ever meet. With a sheepish grin. Next to you, and I, of course. I normally leave them in charge at my ministry hub in Canterlot, but they're at Maripony now overseeing final preparations. You'll like them. They have a cute way of finishing each other's sentences, Twilight grinned. And you want to hear something really impressive? I've seen them finish each other's spells, too. God, they're scary. They're freaky. Giving off the Shining vibes. Finish each other's thoughts and each other's spells. The foundations for telepathy and spell sharing and epiphany washed over me. I suddenly understood why they were 3 breeds of Alicorn, why they had the abilities they did, even why all the Alicorns were female. Dozens of ponies were absorbed into what became the goddess, but it was Trixie's mind which became dominant. The behavior of my host wasn't much like that of the goddess, but there were shadows of her there. The goddess was lurking in some part of her psyche, waiting to be tapped. But it wasn't just Trixie who held power. There were 4 ponies with the amalgam that formed the goddess, who were powerful enough to exert influence over the Alicorn creation process. Blue is invisibility. Purple can teleport. The greens are telepathic and can work together to create greater effects with their shield. 4 ponies, all mares. Oh my god. Dude, lore bomb! Lore bomb! Oh my god. That is freaking awesome. I love that. I love that a lot. I wonder if the goddesses consumed me. Would new breed of Alicorns begin with extra powerful telekinetics? I don't think so. I think they gather only certain traits. So I feel like they might learn more. Definitely lockpicking skills would go up, though. I feel like they'd become a lot more well-rounded, I guess you could say. With the knowledge of technology and crud. Given Little Pip's stable life. Would Red Eye only be able to create Alicorn stallions? I don't want to know, bro. I don't want to know. My thoughts were interrupted as Trixie stopped asking nervously, and they'll be impressed with me. Oh, I guarantee it. Hope nothing bad happens to Trixie. Dang right. Oh my god. Yikes. Ah, poor girl. I kept my eyes closed, holding to peace of rest just a little while longer. I was alive and I felt uninjured. Even the headaches had gone away. I wanted to stay like that just a little while longer, because waking up meant returning to my life, and that meant pain. It also meant friends. I had no desire to stay asleep forever. Just a little while longer. A few minutes, that was all I wanted. The noises around me were strange, gravelly voices, the clopping of hoofsteps and the high-pitched whine that had been ever present throughout my childhood. The Alicorns had set a trap, a scarily clever one. When I had fallen into the reflecting pool, the Alicorns had observed how I dealt with traps by using my telekinesis, and this time they had not only anticipated it, but used it against me, with a trap that attacked me faster through my magic. The realization was terrifying. I had no idea why it didn't work. They should have killed us all. Well, that's not very positive. My eyes opened to the overly familiar sight of Stable Clinic's ceiling. Wait, what? Welcome to Stable City, rumbled the voice of a stallion standing nearby. His eyes glowed as his rotted body shambled towards me, the filthy evening cloak on his back having melted into his skin. I looked around. The architecture hit all the familiar stable notes, but every pony around me was a canterlot ghoul. The ghoul stallion stomped, drawing my attention. Now we have treated you and your friends. Consider that on the house for the show your party put on yesterday. We in Stable City are willing to extend the benefit of doubt to any pony that those monsters hate so much. He reached up a fetid hoof and tapped my horn warningly. I could see he wore a pitbuck. It was melted to his flesh like mine. God, more lore! Only his had a broadcaster attached, one that had been mercifully switched off. But only so far the broadcasters out of the foil keep those monsters outside. Most of us have taken to wearing them as well, in case we need to step out. Honestly clever. Very clever. I'm glad that's working out for them. He saw my eyes widen. Don't worry, none of us keep them on while we're inside. The static is highly annoying, unless we are on guard patrol, or unless you give us reason to. One wrong step and every citizen of Stable City became walking death to you living folk. So you and your breather friends behave now. Clear? You should have been like crystal clear. I nodded. Very clear. Now I believe there is someone who has been waiting, the ghoul stallion began, only to be cut off by the sound of squeal from Velvet Remedy somewhere nearby. Ah, it seems to have found your other unicorn first, the ghoul concluded, but I have already jumped down and was racing through the clinic, dodging between ghouls. I slid to stop as I spotted Velvet, then trotted forward, feeling a warm smile break across my muzzle. She was sitting up in a medical bed, her face full of joy, with firelight dancing gleefully through the air around her. Good day, gentle ghouls of Stable City, you miserable, rotting slabs of ambulatory meat, the floating robot called out, greeting random citizens of Stable City as they passed it in the hall. That sounds like the Nuka-Cola robot from the Fallout 4 Nuka World DLC. I don't think Fallout 4 was out by this time, though, but that's what this reminded me of. Calamity walked beside me, having found the hallway of the stable too confining to fly in. The ghouls gave us odd and curious looks as they passed. Lil Pip, you lost part of yourself, Calamity was saying. I looked down at my pip-buck foreleg, and a pained frown immediately swept over my muzzle. I forced myself to smile, more like had something added, actually. Don't go using specific details to muddy the issue, Calamity warned. The truth is, a loss like that pains a pony, and I'm not talking just physically, and it ain't brave to pretend you ain't hurtin'. It ain't smart, neither. I stayed silent. When Velvet Remedy lost her leg... I'm sorry, did Little Pip lose a limb? I know they had that crud on their leg. It had partly fused, but then wasn't on them. Did their leg fall off or something? Can I recall? She was a right mess, even after she got it back. Sorry, Calamity, I chuckled wearily, but I don't think I'll be indulging in the same therapy. Don't be a manticore's backside, Little Pip, Calamity said crossly. When we get out of here, we need to get back to 10 Pony Tower, and y'all need to spend... No, I barked. I looked at Calamity, his wings up and eyes wide, clearly taken aback by my abruptness and the strength of my refusal. More pleasantly, I complained. We've become experts at not getting what we need to get done. After Canterlot, we got right to Splendid Valley. No more delays. No more side quests. No more distractions. We get the damn job done. Calamity didn't speak for a while in the background. I could hear the robot saying, "Hello, ma'am. I do hope the morning finds you in good health." As if that could ever happen. We rounded the corner and found ourselves looking at the stable atrium. The place had been renovated to hold a plethora of shops and small stands where canterlot ghouls traded goods and services for bits and wares. As we started down the stairs, Calamity asked me softly, "Are you okay, little Pip?" It was a stupid question, considering the conversation immediately prior, but I ignored that as I heard the concern in his voice. "I'm wary, Calamity. I'm getting worn out," I admitted orally. "I need this job to be over, then get out from under this this mission." I looked up, scanning the stable city marketplace, then after that, I can rest. Maybe when this is over, I'll just lay down and take a nap for a century or few, but not before. We reached the bottom of the steps. The place looked like a right lively little necropolis. The only thing that struck me as missing was any sort of diner or foodstuffs vendor. I supposed ghouls didn't really need those. I was suddenly keenly aware of how hungry I was and how long it had been since I had eaten. "How about you?" I asked in return as we approached a store labeled Caliber's Guns and Ammo. Okay, that's a perfect name for a pony. Caliber? And they sell guns and ammo? Dude, that is a perfect name. Give them a suit of power armor and then they're all set as a character. "Me? I'm doing," he paused and turned to him, pointedly raised an eyebrow. "'Tain't fair, throwing my own words back at me." I didn't say anything. He neighed, then brushing his brow beneath his desperado hat, he admitted, "I'm not doing so good. Actually, I keep thinking about those bandits back at Arbu, and the ponies up at Buckling Cross," he frowned. "Now the bandits I can right live with. According to the old man, half of them came from Arbu. But they were still bandits. They were still ambushing a merchant." "Hello." He looked at me. "I know y'all been think being a bandit is downright noble step up from being what the folks in Arbu were, but from my perspective, the moment those folks in Arbu started killing folk for their meat, they weren't no better than bandits." I nodded. My own feelings were considerably different, but my horrific actions in Arbu voided any validity. Those feelings might have had. But Buckling Cross? That's another matter. Calamity shook his head, nickering bitterly. "We weren't there demanding something and ended up killing them for it." "That?" My jaw dropped. "Calamity, that's not how it went down at all. We tried to negotiate. They fired first. We were trying to get something they didn't need to give to ponies who were suffering without it. We had something to trade and were trying. They risked their elder's life. We weren't raiders. Ain't it?" He asked me, clearly unsure. "Ain't it just a little how that went down?" I stomped, shaking my head. "No." God. Calamity just has to be the upstanding citizen. "No," I said firmly. Oh, wait. Still unconvinced, Calamity stepped up to the door of the weapon shop. "If you take from the rich and give to the poor, you're still just a raider," he said as the door slid open. "No," I said firmly, "you're not. A bandit maybe at best, but not a raider. And you know better." I couldn't believe my kleptomaniac Pegasus was arguing this. "Some would call you a hero." Buckling Cross had to be disturbing Calamity deeply for his thoughts to have plunged into such uncharacteristic and messy logic. Maybe Velvet was right, and we all needed years of therapy. Stepping into the store after him, I put a hoof on his shoulder. Then, not knowing how else I could help, I hugged him. "Not in my shop," the little dead colt behind the store counter coughed in disgust. "If you're looking for that, it's 2 floors up." The colt shoved the missiles across the counter to Calamity. "1 or 2 of these anti-armor missiles are pretty much guaranteed to take down an Alicorn shield and make a very pretty mess of the winged bitch inside." He looked at what Calamity was offering in return. "Leave it to Calamity to not only retrieve all our weapons and supplies, but to go through the garbage for anything else that might be a good for a trade. This all will get you these 5. Toss in one of the magical energy weapons and I give you all 8. Calamity raised an eyebrow. He was no Velvet Remedy, but he had fair bartering chops of his own, and I could tell he thought he was being snookered. 3 missiles don't equal a top-of-the-line magical energy weapon, not even if they're all as fancy as you claim they are. The cult bit, oh, they are. One of the benefits of living in the Ministry of Wartime Technology, we have all sorts of toys you living folks haven't even heard of. I was willing to bet he was right. I was also willing to bet most of it was either in questionable prototype stages or stocked into limited supply to sell. If these work so well against Alicorn shields, then why haven't you used them against the Alicorns, I asked reasonably. It had not been hard to glean that the ghouls of Stable City had been fighting with the Alicorns since they started showing up in Canterlot ruins about a decade ago. From the impression I got, the ghouls were losing and were now effectively contained in the ministry they call home. The cult frowned. 8 missiles aren't much use against a few dozen of those winged bitches. That magic rifle, on the other hoof, can rack up quite the kill count over a couple of years of sniping. Calamity whinnied. Well, then that sounds to me like the rifle is worth all 8. But I'll give it to you for 6, and we'll call me the element of generosity. The cult made the trade, although from his expression he'd be calling Calamity quite a few other things shortly after we left. Understandable, I do that. The cult made the trade. Never mind. Now, what do y'all have for rifle ammo? The cult shook his head, giving a snorting chuckle. Sorry, but I can't help you. If you want ammo, you'll have to look elsewhere. Calamity blinked and made an exaggerated act of reading the store sign. I thought the name of the store was Caliber's Guns and Ammo. How do you not have ammo? You only sell 2 things. Haha, the little ghoul said dryly. My ammo's all stored in an ammo vendor for safekeeping. Only the damn thing is busted and I can't get it to dispense. So, no ammo. Calamity began to smile. Oh, and bet I could fix that for you. For what, say, a 10% discount on ammo? I thought Velvet Remedy would have been so proud. The cult's eyes lit up literally as he asked, definitely, if you're sure you can do it. Calamity laughed. But the number of times I've broken into them things to pilfer them, I reckon it might just do my karma some good to fix one of them for once. He gave me a wink. Our earlier conversation still hung in the air, but it was good to see Calamity in brighter spirits. Calamity rubbed his hoof on the cult's head. Don't worry, Uncle Calamity will have it all taken care of. He flew over the counter and trotted back towards the modified Einshad's ammo emporium vending machine, leaving the ghoul cult staring at him in disdainful amusement. I'm a century older than you. Oof. That's rough. So what can you tell me about this place? I asked Caliber. The 12-decade-old canterlot ghoul in the body of a cult as we watched Calamity work. We had half the machine taken apart already, and occasionally grace us with a yup or a dagnabbit. It's a gun shop, Caliber snarked. I sell guns, and usually ammo. I meant about Stable City, I clarified. We're new here. Caliber put on airs of false surprise. Really? You mean there haven't been 2 breathers living in Stable City that I just hadn't noticed? I brushed it out, asking, how did a group of ghouls end up living in a stable? Caliber sighed, quickly giving up on deflating my desire to pester him with questions. Stable 1 was built to protect the princesses, the nobility, the government officials, and the higher-ups of the ministries. Or at least that was what Stable Tech told every pony. They built Stable 1 into this building because apparently the top ponies of Stable Tech and the Ministry of Wartime Technology were real chummy. Well, yes, they were sisters. Anyway, when the pink cloud came, a whole bunch of ponies from all around, mostly from the castle and the ministries, tried to gallop over to Stable 1, hoping they could get in. After all, while they were safe from the pink cloud in any of the ministry buildings, except possibly for the Ministry of Peace, only Stable 1 had long-term food supply. It was come here to starve. It was come here or starve. Of course, all those ponies had to run through the cloud to get here, and a lot of them didn't make it. Those who did found that the fuckers already in Stable 1 had closed it early. They were once again trapped in a safe haven without food, but then most of them expired overnight, having suffered just enough exposure to turn them into ghouls. They didn't need food anymore after that, so it all worked out. Karmic justice, since Stable Tech pretty much killed all the ponies in Stable 1, the ghouls had already started a town inside the building by the time it opened up. When they added the resources of Stable 1, the town became Stable City. I listened intently. How about you? Asked Caliber once he thought he was done. Ugh, he groaned. Are all breathers this nosy? Yes, I said, just because I could. Fine, I was born in Stable 3. Stable 3 was constructed underground. He looked at me expectantly, then sighed. When it became clear I didn't know how big a deal that was. You think the pink cloud out there is bad? That's nothing. You go underground, and any of the sewers or maintenance tunnels or under rails, and you'll see bad. Then being a breather, you'll die. It's solid pink down there. Down there, the pink cloud is alive, and it's hungry. It was only a matter of time before it found its way in. That got a jump from me, followed by a look of disbelief. Of course ponies like you scoff. The one Alicorn who ever tried talking to us instead of attacking us scoffed too. But I tell you true, the pink cloud is alive down there. I've heard it breathing. Caliber shrugged and the cult rambled off in breathless rapid succession. Anyway, the pink cloud got me. I died, became a ghoul, so did my parents. The pink cloud ate Stable 3, so we came here. Then the Alicorns came, killed my parents, now it's just me. Which is fine, because I'm old enough to be your grandfather's great-grandfather. I run a gun store. I sell guns and ammo. Usually. Ta-da! We've come for a circle. Question time over. Calamity had stopped his work and was looking at me with knowing expression while Caliber wasn't looking. He mouthed, "We need to talk." A dragon? Yup, Calamity claimed as he trotted the open door of Stable 1. A big mammoth behemoth. Super old dragon. Just beyond stretched a large open area of the ministry building, which had once been used for processing, but the ghouls had converted it into a sort of liberal arts common room. A two-pony band had started playing, one on a glass harp and the other on a glass harmonica. The music that floated in through Stable Tech's entrance was beautifully haunting, crystalline and strangely disorienting. It was the music of ghosts. How is the pink cloud a dragon? I asked, confusion overcoming my initial shock. It's not exactly, Calamity struggled. It's weird, okay? Look, you know how the zebra balefire bombs work, right? They take a balefire egg and weave it into a megaspell talisman thingy or something. Anyway, the pink cloud megaspell was the same way. They took a bunch of those things they used against Littlehorn, which best I figure are essentially like water talismans only for a pink cloud, and wove them into a megaspell thingy. Okay, I said, nodding. I was fairly sure I was following what Calamity was saying better than he did. But how does that... Well, if you want to build a talisman, that's gonna last a long time, or at least long enough to kill someone who's really hard to put down. What do you make it out of? Oh, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. You use gemstones. I paused as we reached a water fountain. Stable 1 had a functioning water talisman. I tested the water fountain holding my pit bug leg close to it, but there was no sign of contamination. I ran it a bit, but there was no hint of pink. Yup, Calamity said as I gulped down water from the fountain. It was not a true substitute for food, but it would do. This pink cloud megaspell talisman was just chock full of gemstones. I saw where this was going. The dragon ate it, didn't he? Yup, and the dragon's a she. The dragon that guards the royal treasury, to be exact. As we reached the entry, I paused, observing a glowing terminal. My curiosity got the better of me. Hold up, I asked Calamity. I poked at the terminal and was surprised to find that it had already been hacked and the information on it freely available to any pony who was interested. That information consisted of a single audio file. I downloaded it into my foreleg. Oh, so their pit bug did get absorbed into their leg, right? That happened. I thought they took it off and then put it back on. Turning back to Calamity, I commented, okay, now the secret passage makes sense. How you figure? Well, Princess Celestia's school was obviously using baby dragons for something. They had to come from somewhere, I reasoned. I think the princess had some sort of arrangement with the dragon. She got the biggest hoard in Equestria, and the princess got, well, her children. Of course, how appropriate. The real Treasury dragon was Mommy. Calamity nodded. Well, seems the dragon digested a mega spell or something. It changed her, became part of her. Right now she's asleep in the Treasury, and she's snoring pink cloud. That's what I was afraid of. Well, fuckity fuck. I now understood how Canterlot's pink cloud survived after centuries of week-long rains, and why the cloud was so dense in the underground passages. The cloud would have gone into the secret passage, started eating away at its walls, and from there it would have gone. Everywhere. Sewers, tunnels, you name it. She probably doesn't look a thing like a dragon anymore, neither. Calamity mused. You gotta figure she's fused to her hoard. The whole damn treasury. He kicked at the metal railing next to the steps leading out. So much for dreams or loot in the royal treasure. Such a waste. I rolled my eyes, then asked, how do you know all this anyway? Calamity turned to me. Cause while y'all were vacationing, I was stuck down in the hole with crazy Alicorn lady. Y'all just got a few minutes of Looney Town, and I had the damn argument running through my head nonstop all damn night. He let out a loud wicker. I picked up a few things from all of that. A sign hanging on the wall next to the stable's gear-shaped maw read, Artistic Commons. No broadcasters, please. We stepped out through the open gear-shaped door and paused, hearing the music more fully now. I felt the urge to move aside somewhere, lay down, forget about the dragons and necromantic clouds and everything else, to just listen as the ethereal tones moved strangely through my soul. Calamity and I were still in the artistic commons, I lulled by the music, while Steelhooves found us. The armor-clad ghoul trotted up heavily, stopping for us long enough to demand, come with me. He was trotting back through the crowd of canterlot ghouls before I even fully registered his presence. I struggled in my hooves, feeling sluggish, relaxed, and strangely off balance. Calamity stretched out his wings, giving a few lazy flaps before lifting himself into the air. The ceiling of the processing area was 3 ponies high, giving him just enough room to maneuver between the maze of ghouls, easels and displays below, and the light fixtures above. Steelhooves kept a brisk walk, weaving dispassionately between the residents of Stable City. I had no wonder what this was like for him. He had anticipated nothing but poison, death, and monsters in the Canterlot ruins, and while those existed in great abundance, we had also found a pocket of civilization. A community composed of Canterlot ghouls like himself. As we started climbing one of the several flights of stairs, my stomach rumbled again, protesting my lack of proper breakfast or lunch. I distracted myself by putting in my earbloom and playing the audio recording from the Stable 1 terminal. The voice was very familiar, which made the beginning of the recording all the more jarring. There was wetness in her voice. She had clearly been crying, but no more. Now with the bitterness and sorrow remain, the hurt was gone and a cold anger had nestled in its place. Hello and goodbye. My name is Scootaloo, and you probably know me as the Vice President of Stable Tech, the company who designed and built the stable you have taken refuge in. But right now, I'm talking to you as one of the very, very many ponies you fuckers have murdered. You, the ministries, the heads of Equestria, the princesses, if you're in here. You killed us all with your stupid senseless war, and now I'm returning the favor. I'll admit, I gave a lot of serious thought just to... Oh, hold on. You're serious not to keep the door Stable 1 from sealing properly, and then you all died from whatever horror you hid yourselves from, while the rest of Canterlot's ponies and all the rest of Equestria perished. All the ponies that were unable to save. But that's the whole point of the stables. Above and beyond everything else, the stables are meant to save people. Yes, people. I'm happy to report that one of the stables has been built to save as many of Equestria's zebras and possibly the ones that you fuckers shoved into a dump and tried to forget about. And Stable 14 is currently housing many of Equestria's griffins. but the stables were mostly built to save ponies, even ponies like you. It is for that reason alone that you're all going to live out the rest of your natural lives in Stable 1, as will your children, regardless of the conditions existing outside. I have seen to that Stable 1 will not open so long as even one of you is still alive, which if the princesses are in there, might be a very long time. No matter how fast Equestria heals, not a single damn one of you is going to get to profit from what you have done. Equestria is something you ponies don't deserve. I hope your souls rot for eternity. Wait, I'm sorry, did Scootaloo, was this whole plot Scootaloo's planning? Did Scootaloo bomb everybody? Well, at least Canterlot, I should say. Steelhooves led us to the border of Stable City, a once rather drearily officious room labeled Ministry of Wartime Technologies Subsidy Application Center, which had been converted into a defense positions complete with turrets, armored wall and reinforcements, and barricades with murder holes, into a door that had been canvassed with welded armored plates. Steelhooves stopped, raising an armored forehoof and banging it against the door in 4 impatient raps. He waited a moment, nickering to himself. Steelhooves, what is this about? I asked, disquieted and mood radiating from him. I noticed he was carrying a saddle satchel that he had never worn before. It's something. He didn't answer, still nickering just as I began to suspect he was counting. He stopped. Steelhooves opened the armored door and barged outside, passing a displeased-looking canterlot ghoul who stood guard. Calamity and I followed. I waved to the guard as we passed, observing his battle saddle, armor, and the pit buck on his leg. His broadcaster was turned off. I realized quickly the purpose of the Steelhoof's knock. The guard did not return my greeting. Feeling a wave of depression, I noticed his pit buck was not a part of him. I suspected most of the pit bucks worn by the ghouls of Stable City had been acquired from Stable 1 or the residents therein. Without the right tools and knowledge, it was impossible to open a pit buck and lock it onto a new body. However, the Pitbuck technician stall in Stable 1 should have, and both, the tools and documentation the canterlot ghouls needed. I tried to buck up, feeling more so about my about my leg wasn't going to help anything. The emotion didn't even make sense. As we moved forward, I found myself staring at all the wall of pink. We had exited on an upper mezzanine overlooking the atrium. Dim, pink-tinted light flooded the once grand atrium. The cloud was thick enough outside that we would need to drink healing potions, often making the run between each ministry building now. Down below, we could hear the sea of static from dozens of broadcasters hidden amongst the skeletons that littered the floor, but we were high enough to be out of danger. Feeling a flood of déjà vu, I moved up to the railing and looked down. I had been here before. From this very spot, I had looked back down into a much sunnier lobby. As Applejack spoke open with her old zebra friend Zecora, I had watched, and my host had plotted Applejack's demise. I shied away from the railing with a shudder of disgust. Steelhooves was looking back at me from several yards ahead. This way. The place our Applejack's ranger led us to was an odd little alcove underneath the sweeping stairwell. The door had long ago been removed and a simple stained curtain hung in its place. Warm light poured out from underneath the hanging drapery, as well above it and along the sides. Steelhooves knocked on the wall beside the curtain, this time almost reverently. "Star," he grumbled gently. "It's Apple Snack. I've returned with as many of the things you asked for as I could find, and I've brought my friends." Although I had counted Steelhooves amongst my friends for weeks, to hear him refer to us this way was surprising, strange, and poignant. I have no idea. "Oh, bless you," an elderly mare's voice rasped from inside, followed by an odd squeaking. "Please, step inside." Scootaloo pushed past the current without hesitation. With a mixture of caution and wonder, I stepped in behind him. The room under the stairs was small, lit by couples old sparkle cola, lamps sitting on old metal boxes. There was a clean-looking toilet in the near corner that several pristine coffee mugs sitting on it, and a few shelves. The back half of the room was sectioned off by once beautiful hanging curtain, originally of rich hues of the scarlets and purples, now faded and fraying. Much of the wall directly opposite the doorway was taken up by a rusty ventilation grate, the pony behind it slowly turning. The only other notable furniture amongst the clutter was an ancient phonograph sitting beside a player from more modern audio recordings. I immediately pictured this room as having originally been a little getaway from the same janitor or maintenance pony, a place she could sneak off during her shift to smoke, relieve herself, or do other things. Living in this secluded and somewhat sad place outside of Stable City, yet still inside of the ministry building itself, was a mayor who had been elderly even before the pink cloud made her undying. She was a unicorn, her body fused into the wheelchair to which she had been largely confined even before. My first assumption upon seeing the curtain was that the next room held a mattress, but I realized how that not only did canterlot ghouls not sleep, but this mare was not even able to lay down and rest. Still, she greeted us with a smile, her eyes wide and glowing. "Thank you, Apple Snack," she beamed at us. "It has been so long since I've had visitors." Scootaloo set the saddle satchel on the floor. "I am sorry that I could not find everything, Star." A violet light manifested around the unicorn's ghoul's horn and enveloped the satchel. "Oh, this is lovely," Star said, floating out several records and a few audio recordings. "You have saved this old mare, Apple Snack. Truly you have." Books levitated out next. I was going to go insane if I had to read the same dusty old books one more time. She gasped as she pulled out a few boxes of old snack cakes. Oh, how thoughtful the elderly ghoul's smile was. Somehow beautiful, despite the condition of her decayed and warped body. "I may not need to eat, but it is so wonderful to occasionally taste sweetness." I looked at Steelhooves. His stance was almost bashful. I could almost feel a warmth radiating off the normally dour and stoic ghoul. The elder mare paused, a ghost of a tremble passing through her lower lip. She swiveled away, turning the wheels of her chair, with her magic likewise magically tugging at the curtain to dab at her left eye. The chair squeaked as she rotated. I noticed that the larger wheels were still functional, but the small ones had fused rigid. The movement of the curtain revealed the walls behind was plastered with posters and images. I couldn't make any of them out, save the lavender seeming to be the dominating color, and the one of posters boasted the word "read." As the curtain fell back into place, I realized two things. First, I had no idea why the old ghoul had emotionally reacted to what my mind had labeled a shopping run. And second, she had been unable to wipe away the tear with a hoof because her forelegs were melted into the leg rests of the chair. I felt an involuntary shudder trying to imagine living forever, unable to move. I immediately wanted to help this poor man. And I felt very proud of Steelhooves. "But where are my manners?" Star asked abruptly, turning back with a big smile on her face as she floated the contents of the satchel away. "And where are yours?" she said without a hint of malice. "You haven't introduced your friends." Steelhooves whinnied, then turned to look at us. Calamity had been staring at him with eyebrows raised so high they nearly pushed off his hat. But now he broke into an almost smug grin. "Yeah, Apple Snack, what say you introduce us and quit hogging this pretty young gal all for herself?" Calamity shot Star a warm smile and a mirthful wink. She rolled her eyes, smiling. Oh, how adorable. Even Granny needs attention. "Star, this is Little Pip," he said, nodding to me. "And the Pegasus is Calamity. Little Pip, Calamity, this is Star Sparkle." "Howdy, Miss Sparkle," Calamity said. My smile of greeting faltered a moment. "Wait, who?" She's living here outside Stable City because she's being shunned, Steelhoof said, his voice carrying an edge. I blinked. Canterlot ghouls needed neither food nor clothing, and the Ministry Hub provided shelter, whether in Stable City or not. But I learned that ponies need more than these things. Ponies needed companionship and some sort of social framework, and that is what Stable City provided them. As much as water, ponies thirst for friendship. In a shunning star, the ghouls of Stable City had taken from her the one thing they could, the only thing she probably needed most. Because the ghouls of Stable City believe her daughter created the Alicorns. Was always proud of my daughter, Starsparkle told us firmly as she magically drew back the curtain which bisected her humble living space. And nothing that those monsters outside have done will ever change that. Oh my god, this just got a whole lot deeper. Hold on, I need to do canon research real quickly. I don't know who, Okay. Okay, thank you Fallout Equestria Wiki for helping me. I needed to get educated. And nothing that those monsters outside will ever change that. Twilight Sparkle was behind the curtain. Every inch of wall space was covered in images of her. Everything from Ministry posted, it explained it anyway. I researched like for 10 seconds for no reason. Ancient and yellowed home photographs, all of which seemed to be of Twilight as a young filly. There were open scrapbooks of newspaper articles featuring Starsparkle's daughter. A large oil painting of a smiling Twilight Sparkle hung in decorative oval frame on the center of the back wall. Ministry Mayor Twilight Sparkle touch filled with small shelves and crates. And in the center was a precious Twilight Sparkle statuette, her base reading a familiar, "Be smart." Golly, Calamity breathed. But when the Alicorns started appearing in Canterlot and they began killing us, the other ponies of Stable City decided I was no longer welcome among them. That seems a little cruel. It's not your fault your daughter wanted to help the whole country and become part of a hive mind accidentally. Whoops. That happens. They said I posed a danger to the city. The Alicorns have never paid me unusual attention, but she looked away. Well, maybe they're right. Nothing beyond that this star granny person is Twilight's mother in this story. Supposedly. If that's what I read correctly in like my brief 10 seconds. Sounds to more like we're looking for some pony to take it out on, Calamity grumbled. Star gave Calamity an aching smile. Please don't judge them too harshly. After all, they have allowed me to still live in the building. I've never been harassed. Maybe once a year some pony will even bring me things. She smiled warmly at Steelhooves. Like Apple Snack here. Such a sweet young buck. You deserve better, Steelhooves asserted. My heart echoed the sentiment, filling with an aching sadness, but the little pony in my head found the scene in front of me more than a little creepy. Standing beside her daughter in the face of public persecution was admirable, but what I saw before me was like a shrine. I felt I was looking into the face of obsession. Starsparkle seemed to read something in my expression or body language. Your friends think I'm crazy, she told Steelhooves. I opened my muzzle to protest. Don't fret, dear, she said to me kindly. I understand. It looks like a lot when all of it's in such a small space. I shut my muzzle, sharing glances with Calamity before lowering my head with an apologetic expression that was not entirely sincere. This would seem excessive, even if spread over in multiple rooms twice the size. Starsparkle let out a sigh, looking over the Twilight Shrine. No, you're right. But it's not even what you think, she bit her lower lip, closed her eyes. I loved my daughter, more than life itself, as did my husband. She opened her eyes, looking at the oval oil painting, and I admired her. The princess's favorite pupil, the bearer of one of the elements of harmony, the mayor of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. I was so proud. I heard a tremble in her voice, her gaze lowered to the floor. But I was afraid of her too, Starsparkle admitted slowly. We both were. Although my husband less than I. Just once, when she was very young, she lost control. She changed me into a potted plant. We don't talk about that. Entirely by accident, if it hadn't been for the princesses. The mare who had given birth to Sparkle looked up at me, her eyes again damp with tears. I know I shouldn't have been, but I was frightened, and even though I never stopped loving her, I let myself grow distant. She frowned. Some mother. My daughter received more correspondence from the princess herself than she did from me. I never visited her all the time. She was in Ponyville. I never met her friends. She shook her head. She never forgot us, though. When they built Stable 1, my Twilight made sure my husband and I were amongst the first to be guaranteed a place inside. We were on the way there when the cloud overtook us. My husband died on the steps just outside the ministry, making sure I made it through the door. Oh. She looked away, softly muttering, of course they'd sealed the stable early. I found myself looking at her wheelchair and thinking of the stallion skeletal outside, with his hooves sunk into the concrete. I was suddenly very angry at the ponies of the Ministry of Wartime Technology. How dare they seal up the stable, trapping good ponies outside family and loved ones, who the stable was supposed to save. They deserved, well, what they got. I suppose I've been trying to make up for all the distance I let fall between us when my daughter was still alive. I looked at the shrine with fresh eyes. This was an obsession. It was overcompensation. I came in here and talked to her, Starsparkle told us. Sometimes I tell her how my day was, although not so much anymore since all my days are pretty much the same. Sometimes I read to her. She did so love books. Star smiled sadly. Sometimes I just tell her I'm sorry and that I love her. She looked away, a few tears escaping to drip from her cheeks. Sometimes, she admitted softly, I even think that I hear her say something back. That is frickin' sad. That is rough. God dang, poor Mama Sparkle. Holy cow. That is deep. What do folks think? Do we keep going or should we end it here? We have just pretty much reached the 4-hour mark. Because whatever we don't finish here today will be for tomorrow. I'd say we made it over halfway. So there's at least another 2.5 to 3 hours of this. Because this is a long frickin' chapter. If there's even a couple folks left. I'm not sure there even is. Burp. Okay. Alright, I'm not sure. Keep going? Okay. We are taking her with us, Steelhoof stomped. We are standing on the mezzanines as we waited for Velvet Remedy and Pyrelight to join us. We are not taking her with us, I stomped back. She deserves better than that, Steelhooves insisted, pointing his hoof in the direction of Starsparkle's hovel. Nah, it's too late. We're going now. She doesn't deserve to face what we have to, I argued, shaking my head. Where we're going next is too dangerous. No, we can't stop now. I already read the next section. I mean, and also personally, took a nap before this anyway, so I wanted to be ready. Her talent. Oh, let's see. I argued in my head. Where are we going next is too dangerous. I was cut off by the majestic hoot as Pyrelight landed on my head, her talons pricking at my scalp through my mane. I turned to see Velvet Remedy trotting up, a rather large package hovering behind her. Steelhooves snickered angrily. Well, of course we're not taking her with us now. The Alicorns will be waiting for us right outside. I'm not trying to get her killed. I might have something to help with that. Dude, are they going to bring freaking Mama Sparkle to the giant hive mind, dude? Are you kidding me? What, dude, that would be such an excellent plot. Get old Granny to get some sense into her daughter. That would be so savage. I might have something to help with that, Calamity interrupted, pulling the case of new missiles out of his pack and setting it before Steelhooves. Oh, Velvet Remedy saying, we're giving presents? Perfect, because I have one for Little Pip. I blinked. A present for me? She floated the package over to me as she joined us. I just had to get you something new to wear, she chimed, especially after throwing your dress to the dragons. I tried not to grimace. Of all things I was worried about right now, a pretty dress was really not amongst them. I had rather given up on pretty dresses. The equestrian wasteland favored a more rugged and armored look. Still, maybe it would be something to look nice for in for homage. There we go. But when I opened the package, I found that Velvet Remedy had surprised me. Canterlot police barding, Velvet Remedy told me as I pulled out the old uniform. It was in amazing condition. Some of the best light barding in Equestria, she whinnied theoretically. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to find anything practical in your size. Wow, I blinked. It was a wonderful gift, yet at the same time, I had grown rather attached to my armored stable barding. Although, thankfully, not literally and permanently, Ditsy-Doo had armored it, after all. Dude, bring back the security barding to Ditsy-Doo. Have them modify it so it has that derpy touch. Come on, you gotta do it. Velvet Remedy seemed prodded. Go ahead, put it on. Almost as if she had read my mind. Velvet said, I know your old stable suit has been a constant companion, but haven't you put it through enough? That suit has been torn up and mended as often as you, and deserves a rest, wouldn't you agree? I nodded solemnly and started to disrobe. We're still not taking her with us, I said firmly. Taking who? Velvet asked. Star Sparkle Steelhooves told her. Who? Take her where? Calamity asked. 10 Pony Tower, Steelhooves said apathetically. Do you really think they'll just litter? A Canterlot ghoul live in that posh stuck-up? Yes, they will, Steelhooves slowly intoned the low voice that told her it would be very bad for the citizens of 10 Pony Tower to refuse her. She was Twilight Sparkle's mother. Remember what 10 Pony Tower is? They will. I nodded. I agree. I stated suspecting that Twilight Society would go to great lengths to have direct relative of the Ministry Mayor in the power. I'm sure that homage would help, and I chuckled, shaking my head. I can set her up with the place. I own a cheese shop. Both Calamity and Velvet Remedy looked at me oddly. You have a what now? As I pulled the stable utility suit over my head and informed Steelhooves, but we're not taking her with us. I tossed my stable utility barding onto the floor and stared at it. It was ragged, so patched up it looked like it was sewn from rags. There were deep stains, not all of which were blood. It was repulsive. Not now, I looked to Steelhooves, who was still snorting impatiently. We'll come back for her, though. I promise. Until then, she's safe here. Why not? Steelhooves asked, insistently. Because we're not going to 10 Pony Tower. As soon as we're done in Canterlot, we're going straight to Splendid Valley. No more delays. After we pick up Zenith, Calamity reminded. Okay, one delay. After we pick up Zenith, I added, Splendid Valley. I leveled a look at Steelhooves. You know what's there. I'm not taking Twilight Sparkle's mother anywhere near that place. I am not taking her anywhere until the goddess has been dealt with. Steelhooves seemed to accept that answer, backing down with a nod. I folded the barding up as best the armor plates would allow and slipped it into the duffel bag filled with tools for Calamity. Oh, I looked up, floating my old armor from the stout bark too out of the duffel bag before passing it to Calamity. I've got a present for you. Calamity took one look inside and let out a winning squeal of glee. I started putting on the Canterlot police barding, which really did fit quite well, and oh, what was that feeling? Oh yes, I remember now. It's the feeling of wearing something clean! Steelhooves walked over the nearest stable city guard and spoke with him, getting a nod. I trotted in place, getting used to the feeling of the new armored barding. Thank you, Velvet. This is nice. I paused, noting the color. How does it look? Does it go with my mane? Steel hooves neighed, returning as the guard trotted over the railing of mezzanine. Honest opinion? I can't picture it on you. Not enough bloodstains. I gave Steel hooves a dirty look. Give her time. I shifted my attention to the guard, ignoring them both. The guard's horn began to glow. Sparks of magical light floated down and spread about the skeleton-covered floor below. The static from beneath us stopped? How? I shut them off, the guard said simply. I'll turn the broadcasters back on after you leave. Shut them off? My hoof slapped my face as I remembered cowering in a corner in the Ministry of Magic's lab, shooting frantically at the broadcaster. Of course you could just turn them off. I'm not a clever pony. I was, in fact, a very stupid pony. No, not all the time. Sometimes you are, though. Not all the time, just sometimes. As we walked down the steps and made our way through the sea of bones, I stopped and pulled one of the broadcasters from its pit buck, turning it over, familiarizing myself with its design. Well, ain't this obviously an ambush? Calamity said dryly, looking out into the pink. Where do you think they all went? There was no sign outside of even a single alicorn. Hiding up on the roof or around the side of a building? Maybe the one they called Nightseer got tired of losing alicorns to us and called them back. Velvet Remedy suggested hopefully. Something in the tone of her voice betrayed that she didn't really think it was possible either. So, Calamity looked at me. What's the plan? The balloon orb. Honestly, yeah, this is a good stopping point. The balloon orb. A little flashback into a memory orb, I think, is a good spot to end it here. And then that way we'll do something tomorrow, I guess. But, yeah. The balloon orb! Woo! Honestly, I don't know how long tomorrow's session is going to be. Maybe 2 hours right there. This is still a fair line worth of crud, so... But yeah, thanks for watching, folks, who managed to survive through all that, and I will catch you, folks.